Chapter 81, a suddenly uploaded pre-release video for Episode 2 of. If you hit play, the first thing you heard was a music box sound. That's right, it was Testar's Magical Boy. But with the strangely modulated sound, it sounded like some kind of tinkering gag BGM. Over that, the colorful banner and Testar's stunned faces looking at it were shown in close-up. Big Seijin. Are we awake? Right before the scene ended, a large subtitle appeared, planned to make you constantly doubt if this is reality, and immediately, the ornithologist appeared. His kindly smiling face was composited with CG of a burning field behind him. Ornithologist. We'll be photographing migratory birds together today, Testar. Over the bewildered Testar, violently shaking subtitles burst forth with a heavy metal sound. Suddenly appeared unqualified expert, fake. Suddenly, starting migratory bird photography, fake. It seemed like they were telling you to watch and laugh from the start. But as time passed, the atmosphere became ruthless. But Testar isn't normal. Under a subtitle flashing fierce, short scenes were spliced together. Former national archery rep, if it's about, hitting the birds, I could do it. Seon Ah-hyun, pupil shaking. Seon Ah-hyun's face, clutching the camera with a terrified expression at Ryu Chang-woo's sharp remark, slowly zoomed in. Then, just as abruptly, Testar collectively crouching down seriously popped up. Ornithologist, let's approach cautiously. Testar. Scatter. Fans serious about filming. The sight of the tall boys moving in a duck walk, holding their breath, played out without any BGM. State of emergency. And then a scene of Park Mun-dae carefully lifting his camera and taking a picture was naturally inserted. Park Mun-dae, click shutter. But when the camera zoomed in, he wasn't photographing a bird, but Seon Ah-hyun. The subtitles seemed bewildered, and then from that quiet scene, another abrupt cut exploded, showing Testar screaming and fleeing like madmen. Testar, wow, hi. Ornithologist, how interesting. Go away. A look vowing revenge on the public broadcast bastards. The handheld camera shook like crazy at Cha Yu-jin. Help, I'll help you. It was a complete mess. It was a disaster movie in its own right. The first variety shoot that should have been peaceful. A senseless disaster strikes Testar. What will be Testar's fate? A modulated voice came from the mosaic-covered MC's mouth. Oh my, I'm sorry. And on the black screen, thump thump, a huge golden subtitle rose up, made by an MC and production team serious about prank. Thursday, July 5th, 11 p.m. The Magical Boy's modulated tinkering sound came out again, and the screen finished grandly. These bastards, too, are not in their right minds. Big Seijin, who was watching from the front, fell over laughing. These guys burst out laughing from the moment the insanely rearranged Magical Boy BGM played, and eventually reached their limit. I admitted it too. It's kind of funny. They were creating a narrative of being ruthlessly edited, but it seemed they had completely abandoned that concept. It's not a composition that will cause controversy, it's just fun. They just seemed like guys seriously committed to being funny. There was no helping the fact that the agency had used their first variety show appearance as a throwaway, but it seemed like it would be fun for the public. If they maintain this quality, it's a public-friendly variety show that they can appear on again later. Thinking it was a passing grade, I checked the current reactions. Am I seeing things right? LOL. Is the world ending? And the state of Testar's first variety show is, when I click GIF file attached to the last reaction, a scene of a web goose lifting its wing and shooting out lasers played. For reference, lasers were also shooting out of its eyes. In a way, you could say it was a very intuitive prediction. Cha Yu-jin looked exactly like that when the bird's neck broke. Oh, ha ha ha! Our fans are so cute! Big Seijin, who had gotten up at some point and was scrolling, smiled brightly while looking at the comments. Then he arbitrarily tapped the screen and played a related video on the shared tablet for team use. Let it go. Ah, let's watch this too. This one is really funny. Where? He shoved the screen right in my face, so my eyes automatically checked the video. Tester Animal Kingdom, Park Monday Edition. A study of Munda's life, Zip, EP3. Meanwhile, a 5-second ad ended naturally, and the main content began. Ooh-ha, ooh-ha. A rustic opening that seemed like it was from a 90s animal show passed by, parodied with Testar. What appeared immediately after was Park Monday wearing dog pajamas. I got them as a gift, so I wear them sometimes after washing them. Seeing it on screen is a bit... Regardless of my embarrassment, a voice often heard in foreign documentary dubs came from the video. Wild wolves hunt in packs. They are animals that live and socialize in family units. However, here, this individual is not a wolf, but a dog. It has learned the habits of the city while living with humans. On the screen, Park Monday in his pajamas was shown in fast forward, lying sprawled on the living room sofa. Even as the familiar pack members bustled around him, he didn't move a muscle. Even when Cha Yujin and Big Sejin approached, waved their hands, sat next to him, and turned on the TV, he remained in the same position. This individual has evolved into a loner who is not interested in tedious social life. I must have answered all their questions, though. I was probably just resting, exhausted right after barely mustering the energy to exercise and wash up. The familiar smell of the sheets was very comforting. However, being a dog, it likes humans. It is especially friendly towards the humans of its pack. What nonsense is this now? On the screen, Park Monday suddenly jumped up and started searching the fridge, and then appeared with a carbonated drink. Let's see if the goodwill is successfully conveyed. Park Monday first showed the PT bottle to Ryu Chang-woo, who was passing by but was coolly rejected. The first attempt is a failure. He was just asking if he wanted a drink? Did they have to call it a failure? No. Wouldn't any sane adult make that kind of gesture? But regardless of my complicated feelings, the narration diligently spouted nonsense. Park Monday on screen, holding the bottle, trudged back to the living room and shared the drink, receiving a welcome from Cha Yu-jin and Big Sejin. An editing cut emphasizing a successful hunt went in. This time it was successful. It receives the human's thanks. The video ended with a shot of Park Monday putting the half-empty soda bottle directly into his mouth. This was a moment in the life of the Park Monday individual, a species of the Testar genus inhabiting Seoul, Dudung. I was speechless. So, because they couldn't film separate reality content, they were airing footage from after the music video filming was over. Big Sejin giggled again. Funny? Be honest. It's funny, right? They all laugh so easily. It seemed the best comment was pinned. The pinned comment had over 4,000 likes. There were many comments laughing heartily at the remark. They all seemed to be genuinely enjoying it. Of course, not all were like that. Let's see more of the best comments. Of course, pushing the puppy concept is Manager Nim's doing. The Tibetan fox is just a tool. Everyone, Monday has always been sincere about being a dog. From wearing the mascot costume at the finale to his pajamas now. Let's be fans who respect Monday's choices. I think the Animal Kingdom team went crazy and excitedly bought the pet bottle drink because Manager Nim was so happy. Yeah, let's have our Mung Day be Manager Nim's forever hearts. The Tibetan foxblood will not forget the implicit tyranny of the broadcasters. We will be back. The image work that I had painstakingly built while surviving in the civil service exam world was being splendidly distorted into an image of Park Monday himself being obsessed with being a dog. I could almost hear the scream of my 29-year-old civil service exam student self. Well, as long as people like it. I even wore moving dog ears at the fan sign a few days ago. I guess it's time to give up on the civil service exam student act. Monday, you're not upset, right? Right. I'll fairly play my video too. From the side, Big Sejin giggled and autoplayed the next video. The title was inflated and there was a content hint. Test Star Animal Kingdom, Lee Sejin B Edition. Big Sejin is in the EP3. In. The content was essentially about Big Sejin's characteristic of getting along well with everyone without any barriers. They edited it well, balancing the ratio of gags and warmth. But honestly, yours is the funniest. Ah, damn. This bastard is picking only the good stuff for himself and making others look bad. I handed the tablet back and lay down on the bed. I should use the precious rest time I earned more productively. I shouldn't waste energy watching that. Should I do some monitoring too? You think you're the only one watching? What kind of monitoring is that? Just watching Park Monday's video and laughing? I should just go home and sleep. You slept in the car too. If you have time like this, you should use it well. I have no idea where this guy gets his energy from when he should have no stamina left. I'm sure he only slept for 3 hours yesterday too. Just then, support came from an unexpected roommate. I'm trying to sleep. Get out. It's noisy. It was a single remark from Ryu Chang-woo, who was already lying down to sleep. It was clear he had spoken after holding back. Big Sejin stared at Ryu Chang-woo blankly without a reply, then just laughed. All right then. Sleep well, Hyung-nim. Then, when he made eye contact with me, he shook his head side to side and left the room, shrugging. He seems a bit hurt, too. It was obvious he was deliberately acting lighthearted to avoid causing a scene with the reality cameras running. They don't seem to understand each other. They seemed quite incompatible. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to put them together later, even if we change rooms. The moment I thought that, a notification came on my smartphone. Big Sejin, come out, the time is now. Go to sleep. I sent a short reply and turned off my phone, and I started falling asleep. At that time, I had no idea what would happen with Testar's first variety show video. Testar's first variety video is crazy. And working humans. Episode 2 pre-release, Feet Medicine Bottle, the Testar variety show where everything was a prank. The pre-release video, which was edited as if it were a mess, naturally went viral in related communities. I'm laughing so hard I'm gonna die. Wow, hey, I thought it would suck. But they're really variety material. Is it because they're the kids who brought the Idle Inc. spirit? The comments pretending to be worried about Testar appearing on that show, all rotten now. The fans must be happy it came out so early, and it's funny. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen a proper prank show. I'm so looking forward to it. The kids are the real dogs of Idle Inc. They're so cute. I'll watch the live broadcast. You can tell they were all fooled. What's wrong with this person? Ignore him. He's a hater. It was natural, given that a show everyone thought would suck showed a twist. And it featured the most popular audition-born idols recently. On top of that, the video itself was hilarious. Because of this, it's spread by word of mouth even outside fan communities and SNS. The identity of the new variety show featuring Testar, a full-fledged prank show. The variety show that's serious about tricking Testar. TVC's new variety show, a hit. Thanks to Testar. The video, filled with a crudely drawn bird banner and prank scenes, terrifyingly gathered interest and racked up views. And soon enough, it was chosen. I wonder if anyone came here by searching. It was the choice of the famous YouTube algorithm. Chapter 82 YouTube algorithm. No one knows the exact criteria, but it's the video algorithm that recommends videos. And the pre-release video of featuring Testar, for some unknown reason, was chosen by this algorithm. The first to appear were related recommendations for overseas prank and humor videos. These users, excited by the appearance of a Korean full-fledged hidden camera variety show after so long, happily clicked. Kaya, should our country make these again too? I love it. Since famous idols are on it, I hope they just go with the flow and have fun. It's just my type. Kia, the reactions of these good-looking guys are gold. My feet are tingling. Kya. I'm tired of the same old variety shows. Kya. Next, it appeared under various TVC variety show clips. Inflows increased even more from users with similar tastes. Wow, is it a TVC show? Kay, test star's cute. Our test stars should be on talk shows and monthly trips too. They need to appear and show off their harmonious selves to drive the fans crazy. Kya. TVC. Why aren't you snatching them quickly? They're the Idle Inc. kids. I see. They were crazy back then too. Memories are flooding back. I'll give it a chance. I'll binge the live broadcast. The last, strangely, came from inflows from animal videos. Because the strange bird prints on the banner and the thumbnail were classified as animals by the AI. People, bewildered by the unexpected otherworldly thumbnail, clicked in droves. Why is this kind of thing recommended on cute animal videos? I came here looking for ducks. Is there anyone who thought the same as me? Could it possibly be related to that damn bird? It's absurd, but it's funny. My pride is hurt, hehe. Are all the appearances here photoshopped? They look so shocked, I'm worried. Thanks to this, the pre-release of episode 2 began to rapidly rise in views for no apparent reason. And in this process, the video's insane sense and its perfectly matched BGM began to attract fierce attention. It was the modulated version of Testar's Magical Boy. This sound is exactly like the sound a confident cat makes when scratching a wall with its back foot. I'm losing my mind. Look at this comparison. Right. This is exactly the feeling. Heh cree. Does anyone know the BGM? It's Testar, Magical Boy. It's the latest song by the kids featured in this video. Ah, thank you. Heh, the kids' song? Is their concept intentionally cheesy? No. The original is a great song, though. I went in and watched it. It's good. To think they changed the song like this. And again, through the cycle of related videos, people were funneled all the way to the Magical Boy MV. Someone chosen by the algorithm. I was watching a fountain installation video for bird photography, and suddenly, I'm in a boy group's music video. I'm losing my mind. They're so cute, and the MV is so cool, too. I'm leaving it like, so this is the kind of concept idols do these days. I graduated and didn't know, had no interest. The song is good. Fandoms, did you watch Idle Inc? It's a must-watch. Please remember that these kids are debuting. You'll get angry watching Idle Inc, tears will fall, and you'll want to break your monitor. Recommended. This series of processes triggered an unexpected butterfly effect. It became an opportunity for people who had no interest in idols or the latest pop songs to become interested in them. In conclusion, it brought a slightly meaningful rise on the music charts. 5th place Magical Boy, Testar. Up one Magical Boy, which had been stagnating, going up and down between 6th and 8th place, made a slight leap forward. And once a good song gains momentum, its rise tends to speed up. Because once it gets exposure in the top ranks, even people with prejudices try listening to it once, causing the numbers to increase significantly. The result? 3rd place, Magical Boy, Testar, up 2. The next day, Tuesday, Magical Boy rose 2 steps again. For reference, VITC, after a long reign, had finally ceded 1st place to the digital powerhouse, Reapa. Among Testar's fandom, who were already streaming like crazy, this thought began to emerge. By any chance? Could it be? And as always, the could it be became reality. The 3rd week of music show promotions was smoothly coming to an end. Well, the mics were off, so it wouldn't be heard, but the members bowed. Even if just with their mouth shapes, waved their hands and ran off stage. Colorful light sticks waved from below. It was fun. Today's outfits were also splendid, and the shoes were comfortable. It was really good. As Kim Rabin shouted while taking off the stage outfit adorned with gorgeous gold and silver decorations, a warm laugh burst out. Right. It seemed like they would laugh at anything. The faces that had been tense just moments before were now beaming. Cha Yujin added a word. I'm happy we got first place. That's right, we finally got first place, although it's not on public broadcast. We got first place on popular music, this week's Thet Music Show. Is it disappointing? Frankly, yes, because a major singer is making a comeback this Friday, so the chance for another first place during this promotion period is pretty much gone. Moreover, well, a first place on popular music doesn't carry much prestige. Frankly, it's a bit lame. When I checked, it seemed we won mostly through broadcast points. Anyway, there's no need to ruin the mood when they're happy, so let's just clap and nod. We need this sense of achievement after working nonstop without sleep. Even Lee Si-jin managed to say something. Oh, it would have been better if it wasn't that channel. But we got a trophy, so it's okay. Right, let's receive a trophy from this promotion and go. Ryu Chang-woo laughed and stretched. He seemed to feel relieved that they had finished a tough week well. And a moment later, the popular music first place for the first week of July is, yes, congratulations, Test Star's Magical Boy. Suddenly there was one more trophy. As the members stood confused, stage fireworks went off in front of them. Boom, bang. While receiving the bouquet and trophy the MC busily handed over, not a single one of them had their wits about them. For the record, that includes me. What in the world is going on? Moreover, the one who received the mic, by chance, was Kim Rae-bin. Thank you. Having prepared nothing, the flustered Kim Rae-bin looked around with eyes asking for help and met my gaze. Hey, I'm clueless too. Unfortunately, I don't know what to say either. My mind went blank for a moment, bewildered by the sudden impromptu speech situation. Fortunately, the second mic went, as usual, to the leader, or so I thought. Thank you. We didn't expect this first place. First of all, thank you to our fans, and thank you to the staff who work hard with us. Ryu Chang-woo calmly mentioned all the necessary people, then suddenly started wiping away flowing tears. It seemed the reality had sunk in. I get it. Frankly, it was understandable. Until now, Ryu Chang-woo had done almost half the manager's work, worrying about the kids. Fortunately, Big Se-jin, who received the mic after Kim Rae-bin, seriously continued the speech. Thank you so much to Department Head Kwak Shin-kyun and Team Leader Kim Hae-jung, and to everyone who worked with us on this album. And most of all, we really love you, fans. We really didn't expect this. Thank you so much for this undeserved first place. Wow! Congratulations! Fortunately, a fierce reaction came from below the stage. Since VITC had finished their 3-week domestic activities and weren't present this week, we avoided a real-time, awkward situation. Wait a minute. How on earth did we beat VITC? But the score breakdown had already disappeared from the prompt, and instead, the ending was about to start. Yes, the MCs came out with mics to give the ending remarks, signaling the wrap-up. In that brief moment, Cha Yu-jin, who had somehow gotten hold of a mic, widened his eyes and shouted a remark. Shareholder Nims, thank you! Gulp, it was a broadcast accident. In front of the members hurriedly restraining Cha Yu-jin, the MCs quickly finished the ending remarks. Feeling the pressure of a live broadcast. Popular music live. See you next week. And the intro of Magical Boy began to play. The members sent Cha Yu-jin, who was full of question marks, various looks before finally letting him go. I barely managed to start the song. Tomorrow, think of the me you'll meet tomorrow, today. Was it just me, or did the music box sound seem to tinkle particularly conspicuously? Just like in the first Variety pre-release video, I would only realize I'd even misheard the lyrics after checking the encore video that evening. It was a complete and utter chaotic mess. Got it? From now on, if you have something to say on broadcast, you must check with your Jungs first before speaking. Yes. Cha Yu-jin, having received a 30-minute lecture from the manager, looked completely deflated. But even so, the way he kept sneaking glances at the trophy made it seem like his heart was elsewhere. No use saying more, I guess. He seemed sorry, but let's just do what we need to do. I held back a sigh and spoke to him. Hyung, I think we need to take pictures for the fans, too. Right, go ahead. Yeah, Chayujin immediately ran over and tried to lift the trophy like a male gorilla showing off a baby lion. I stopped Chayujin. Take the picture while reflecting. Huh? You need to reflect. Yes. Chayujin obediently lowered the trophy with a somber expression. The photo composition will turn out well. After taking a few shots to prepare for the SNS upload, I sent the photos to Big Seijin. Add a post that he's reflecting. Okay. But does that seem necessary? Look at this. I checked the SNS post on the smartphone screen Big Seijin was showing me. Is it for real that Teststar achieved their first landmark public broadcast first place but still doesn't have an official fandom name? Ixus, I believe this is Chego Jung shaking a carrot. Ew. Observing the atmosphere. Wait a minute. I took the smartphone from Big Seijin and started searching in detail. And I found the answer in the latest post on the communities about the first place. Testar, first place commotion among feet, the inescapable curse of the survival show. When I clicked, the video from just before had already been subtitled and was going viral. They had added all sorts of effects and subtitles, making the members' flustered and confused appearances twice as funny. For the record, I was composited with a robot horse avoiding eye contact, while evading Kim Rabin's plea for help. And at the end, when I messed up the lyrics, it was cross-edited with the original stage and received countless Elks subtitles. Testar's first place acceptance speech becomes a dark history. For the record, that's the title. I'm going crazy. Anyway, right here, Chayujin's now famous shareholder remark was edited like a comedic highlight and was going viral. Shareholder Nims, thank you. The last thing attached was the inescapable idling command. Among the comments laughing and congratulating under the video, the fans' frustration, wanting to beat up the idling command, sporadically popped up. Our kids debuted and even got first place, so why is the only name to call the fans still Shareholder Nims? And as if that wasn't enough. Both the kids and the fans are suffering from Idle Inc. PTSD. Isn't the agency going to do anything? I also want to hear the kids say, I love you, Zero. Insert fandom name here. The kids would like having a proper fandom name too, right? It didn't stop there. Opinions recently uploaded on SNS and communities started going a step further. They haven't even released a light stick or fandom color, right? Is this a mom and pop operation? Honestly, I've been holding back since the pre-debut days because I was worried it would hinder the kids' debut, but it's been a month now. The kids have no additional variety schedules and are just doing events, damn it. Just hold a concert instead. At this scale, other groups would find that more profitable. But they don't even know that. Now that I think about it, the kids even came up with the concept for the first place song themselves. And it was based on a PPT presentation. But the fact that they produced it within a month starting like this is a suspicious point, isn't it? Just how much are they exploiting the kids? They were getting closer to the truth than they realized. Chapter 83. The anger towards the agency that still hasn't released a single thing, fandom name, color, or official light stick, spread like a wildfire. Frankly, the situation was bad enough to warrant this much criticism. Honestly, it wouldn't have been strange if it had exploded even hotter. But it seems people held back from making it a public issue, worried it might affect the song's performance, since the song was doing well and gaining momentum. Anyway, thanks to this, it seems a warning signal has been lit for the company's planning department. The Teststar company-related schedule originally planned for today was canceled. Congratulations! Instead, an early first-place party was held at the dorm. It was a modest event with a few chickens ordered using the permitted corporate card. The only downside was the presence of alcohol. Since it's a first-place celebration, I thought beer would be okay. Let's just drink enough not to get drunk and then put it away. Yes. Ryu Chang-woo, who had gotten permission, spoke refreshingly and downed his beer in one go. Given his strong-willed impression, it wasn't surprising. Of course, the miners got carbonated drinks. Perhaps feeling left out, Seon Ah-hyun unusually spoke to the members. Yeah, let's definitely drink together next year, Cha Yujin answered with a paper straw in his mouth. He seemed preoccupied with the soda he hadn't been able to drink for a while, due to managing his diet. I can't drink a. Ooh. I'm Korean American, so I can drink from age 21. Big Sajin, who was pouring the beer, cut in with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha, what does that matter? You're drinking in Korea anyway. Both Kim Rae-bin and Cha Yujin had expressions of great realization. Troublesome fellow. I held a beer in one hand and operated my smartphone with the other. It was to check the situation. How on earth did we get first place? Because when I checked just before the end, it was an impossible situation. After that, I hadn't checked since the weekly ranking period had ended anyway. And a little later, I figured out the situation. 3 factors overlapped. The first was the variety pre-release. The inflow from there to the music video and the song acted as a small catalyst, causing the digital chart ranking to rise steadily. The second was the fan sign. Because of the additional fan sign event, album sales were still running high. That pushed it up further. Seeing the fan sign cutoff had somehow reached 180 tickets gave me a sense of foreboding. Let's think about that later. I have no idea what it will take to be worth it now. Anyway, as these 2 factors coincidentally meshed and created synergy, the fans seemed to have noticed the situation first and poured in votes. Also, VCC's music show activities had ended, so their voting momentum had slightly decreased. Moreover, a decisive third factor came into play here. Popular Music, which airs on Sunday, had recently reformed its ranking calculation system. In the process, the calculation period, originally until Monday, was pushed back to Wednesday, so the risen digital points were fully reflected. In album sales, Tester's fan sign boost was fully reflected, and VITC's calculation period was pushed back, widening the score gap even more. It's sheer luck. That's how we barely managed to beat VITC. How close was it? The score difference was only 7 points. I unconsciously downed my beer. I couldn't believe we had pulled it off. Of course, we worked damn hard. Maybe a sense of reward kicked in because succeeding felt really good. Plus, a small experiment was also successful. Are you going to drink more? Yes. I accepted another beer can Lee Si-jin handed me and called up the status window. The surroundings were full of roaring laughter. It seemed they were playing the attached encore video on the TV screen. In contrast to the members who were embarrassed but still laughing and enjoying themselves, a familiar status window pop-up caught my eye. Successful first place. You have achieved first place through the public broadcast music show. Time limit fulfilled. Great success. Status ailment. A disease where you die if you don't get first place removed. Truth confirmation itsos click. The truth confirmation given as a reward for removing the status ailment. Since I didn't press receive, the status ailment was not removed. In other words, if I don't claim the reward, the pop-up content doesn't take effect. I was wondering about that anyway. The more I actively remove status ailments, the more new status ailments appear or their time limits get shorter. Then the risk of sudden death remains the same, but only the difficulty seems to rise ridiculously. So it's better to stall for as much time as possible within the deadline. I had been contemplating that method, considering the last case, and it's a relief that my simple guess worked. I feel much more at ease. The biggest reason is that I can now observe the situation for about 300 days without pressure. Secondly, it gave more weight to the speculation that the status window is a system, not some intelligent being with fluid malice. If it had malice, it would have already threatened me via pop-up to claim it or forced me to claim it. Judging by the fact that didn't happen, it's highly likely the status ailment also has an end, because games usually have endings. Well, it's just hopeful speculation. Now that I've solved one and had some alcohol, I seem to be interpreting the situation positively. Anyway, now that I've put the pop-up on hold, I can slowly observe the status window and the situation. I chugged the beer in my hand again. Monday. Thinking too fast is probably not good. Ah, you're right. Drinking a whole can in one go was a bit much. I stretched and put the beer away, then picked up a piece of chicken. You like sweet ones, right? Here. Me? Ah, that fan sign. Seon Ah Hyun laughed and nodded his head. Eat a lot. I will. Eat a lot. A lot. He seems a bit drunk already. Seeing him get drunk from less than one can, it seems he doesn't know his alcohol tolerance. Has he never drunk before? I handed Seon Ah Hyun a carbonated drink, and as I ate the chicken, I remembered the auntie I met at the first fan sign. She said she does color grading. Since she's someone who uploaded a lot of things during, I feel a bit indebted. Next time I see her, I should allocate more time for her camera. What do? We look completely crazy here? Kohung. The other guys had already started playing clips from the main broadcast of on the TV screen, following the encore video. Eek! Just then, Cha Yu-jin screaming at the sight of the decapitated bird mask was shown in close-up. Oh, ha ha ha. Even he himself was crying tears of laughter. It really is funny. They edited it well to avoid controversy about being mean-spirited. Moreover, they highlighted the final beef feast well, adding a touch of warmth. You must have been hungry, eat a lot. On this day, test star, ate 5 kilos of hanwoo. The production cost was worth it, the production team. The members were astonished. Hick! 5 kilo. No wonder my weight went up a bit the next day. Manager Nim, I lost all that because of our schedules. That's right. A few of the more anxious members kept muttering things like this, despite the context. But I had no idea we ate up to 5 kilos, and the cost must have been quite high. Let's work hard. They made it sound like the show was at a loss, but what show actually operates at a loss? I took the remote from Big Seijin and blocked the related videos. Test stars, 5 ki hanwoo mukbang, unlimited budget, pa. They probably already made back the cost of that meat through the show. The production cost was well over 100 million. The members nodded with impressed expressions. How about we try doing a mukbang? We could try all the things we usually want to eat. Let's send Monday as the center. CE center. Who gave Seon Ah Hyun more beer? Fortunately, this fire died down quickly. I want to keep watching this. Ah, right. Let us rewind to the part where Manager Monday suddenly appeared. Because the excited guys chattered and played the video again from that part, looking at it now, everyone seems a bit drunk. Even the minor members were intoxicated by the atmosphere. Well, they look happy, so let them be. It's the dorm anyway, so it's fine if they get drunk. I decided to do some light monitoring on my smartphone. Thank you for feeding our kids lots of hanwoo. I'm so grateful. It's so cute that Cha Yu-jin is good at watching horror movies but weak against real-life fear. Universe Jew, are you scared of birds? Are you? It's as funny as the pre-release video GND. I successfully recruited a non-fan friend who hadn't watched Idol Inc. Jin regarding the fact that the photo Monday took of A Hyun came out better than my photo. Current score, me 1 loss, Monday 1 win. The last one, looking at the profile, it was the account of the person who uploads Seon Hyun photos. And I remember the attached photo of Seon Hyun being taken. I had no idea it would be found online. On the TV screen where the meat mukbang had just ended, related content was now playing. Ding! Behind-the-scenes video. First, a short clip passed by of Testar grabbing cameras and frantically photographing everything. The result of this action. A series of chaotic photos poured out. A bird shaking so much it looked like an alien, a shot with only running feet visible, as if someone had fallen flat, sudden sky photos, and waterfront photos with crooked horizons, and a subtitle appeared. They were unrecognizable. I'm seeing this for the first time. What a waste of film. As the involved parties added their comments, a new subtitle appeared on the screen. with exceptions. A blackbird flying up from the water's surface, a bluebird pecking at a tree branch, and a few shots of the reservoir scenery passed by. They were well-composed shots contrasting with the previous photos, and the last thing shown was Seon Ah-hyun smiling brightly under the sunlight. That was the original of the edited photo of Seon Ah-hyun that his aunt had uploaded earlier. Huh? Must be Moon Days. As the blunt Lee Si-jin said, a subtitle immediately appeared. All photos came from the same camera, person who took one. Footage of Park Moon-dae photographing Seon Ah-hyun was cross-cut, and the voice of a staff member, self-censored with a camera director nim subtitle, was inserted. How did he take such good photos? This friend really takes good photos, huh? The image of the staff looking at the camera with an of admiration passed on the screen. Park Moon-dae, the mysterious golden hands, camera director Nim's testimony, certified in humans who only do one thing. A stamp effect appeared over the subtitle, and the video ended. I had no idea they would turn this into content too. And from the front, Big Sejin started deliberately acting sad. Sigh. This is so upsetting. Moon-dae is discriminating against his friends. Don't you think he's favoring Ah-hyun too much? If there's a friend right in front of you who treats you this well, besides Ah-hyun, shouldn't you take pictures often and upload them to prove your friendship? The quieter Moon-dae is, the sadder I get, and won't I end up talking more? Wouldn't it be easier for Moon-dae to just give up and promise to upload photos? I'll take one tomorrow and upload it, so stop. That's more like it. A drunk person doesn't know how to give up. He might talk again, so I'd better just pretend to look at my smartphone. On the screen, the edited photo of Seon Ah-hyun with the lace overlay was still there. Anyway, it came out well, as expected. Frankly, it's a photo that should sell for more than the market price if it were for sale. I returned the camera and forgot about it, so I couldn't check it properly, but it's good to see it like this. Well, it's good to be acknowledged. There's no harm in being known for taking good photos, right? I continued checking SNS with a relaxed mind, and I saw a popular post from a Park Moon-dae fan. I thought the photos Park Moon-dae uploaded on SNS weren't ordinary from the start, but he really takes good photos. But why does his selfie skill seem halved? Maybe because he doesn't have much experience taking them? Thinking about it, I only take pictures of others. It seems like I only do nice things for others. I should research how to take good pictures of myself. I'll take one tomorrow and upload it. So stop. That's more like it. A drunk person doesn't know how to give up. He might talk again, so I'd better just pretend to look at my smartphone. On the screen, the edited photo of Seon Ah-hyun with the lace overlay was still there. Anyway, it came out well, as expected. Frankly, it's a photo that should sell for more than the market price if it were for sale. I returned the camera and forgot about it, so I couldn't check it properly, but it's good to see it like this. Well, it's good to be acknowledged. There's no harm in being known for taking good photos, right? I continued checking SNS with a relaxed mind, and I saw a popular post from a Park Moon-dae fan. I thought the photos Park Moon-dae uploaded on SNS weren't ordinary from the start, but he really takes good photos. But why does his selfie skill seem halved? Maybe because he doesn't have much experience taking them? Thinking about it, I only take pictures of others. It seems like I only do nice things for others. I should research how to take good pictures of myself. Chapter 84. Ho-hum. The dorm living room had grown quiet before I knew it. Perhaps because we got first place and alcohol was involved? The accumulated fatigue from the constant schedule suddenly poured out, and most had fallen asleep. The minor members had also dozed off while watching and were now asleep. Lee Si-jin had already gone to his room midway, probably due to stamina issues. He must be asleep by now, too. So those left in the living room were... Manager Nim, am I the only one left? Me and Ryu Chang-woo. That's because he has strong stamina. And I, thanks to the Bacchus 500 trait, was still able to keep my wits about me. Yes, you're the only one. That's a relief, then. Ryu Chang-woo smiled faintly and chugged the beer in his hand. Just how many cans has he drunk? Although he didn't seem very drunk, so it was fine. I'm sure he'd had over 6 cans. His alcohol tolerance was clearly immense. How's promoting going for you? Well, I can manage. Haha, Monday, you're always so calm and composed. Ryu Chang-woo neatly set down the empty beer can. His expression looked somewhat gloomy. What's wrong now? Even after getting first place, he seemed to have some new worry, as his face didn't look good at all. I wish I had a calm personality like you. Hyung, you seem plenty composed to me. Considering this guy's attitude over the nearly 2 months since ended, it was an unexpected thing to say. But Ryu Chang-woo shook his head. No, I think my judgment is poor at critical moments. Like not being able to speak properly during the first place acceptance speech today. It's generally like that. This was even more unexpected. His first place speech was already perfect. What is he talking about? You've been the leader since the audition days, Hyung. I didn't think you had such problems. I became leader because I'm the eldest, not because I was good at it. Has the team ever run properly? Well, except for the time we were together in the second round. To be honest, wasn't that more my fault than Ryu Chang-woo's? It's just that my team luck was absolutely terrible. I casually opened another beer. It was a short-term survival show, so teams that ran properly were rarer. And anyway, Testar seems to be running well now. I'm worried that things might go wrong because of my mistakes, even while it's running well. Ryu Chang-woo gave a bitter smile. Honestly, I was hoping the position I could contribute most to this team was leader, but I feel like I've reached my limit. I'm not originally the type to endure this much. Come to think of it, since Testar was formed, Ryu Chang-woo's attitude had become more conservative and cautious. It seems he had been holding back a lot. Thinking back to the second round, his original personality was more challenging and lively. It seems the conflicts he experienced during Idol Inc. had a strange learning effect on him. Despite the context, Ryu Chang-woo continued talking. He must have been really pent up. I worried about it during Idol Inc. too. Whether coming here was really the right choice. Now that he mentioned it, why would he quit archery, which he had done until college, and choose to appear on a doomed audition program for no reason? How did you end up appearing, Hyung? You guys probably don't know this. I had a relative among the Idol Inc. writers. A landmine. Don't tell me it's writer Ryu Seo-rin? That's right. Did you guess because of the last name? Ryu Chang-woo laughed, but I couldn't bring myself to laugh. That Nuna begged me so much, and I'd already set my career path in this direction anyway, so I just came out. A cold sweat broke out. Wouldn't this be a scandal if it got out now? It wouldn't have mattered if the audition had failed, but now has firmly established itself as a hugely successful program. And one of the debuted members is a writer's relative? Moreover, Ryu Chang-woo only received favorable edits. This is totally a scandal. Ryu Chang-woo seemed to have some sense of that, as he added with a laugh. It won't cause any harm to you guys. It's a distant relative anyway, and we barely knew each other, and it was an out-of-the-blue contact one day. It was practically a casting offer. He implied that, strictly speaking, it wasn't much different from how Park Monday was recruited. But when news articles circulate, they wouldn't kindly indicate that. They'd just run titles like Testar member, actually a relative of an Idol Inc. writer, a casted relative debuted, the shadow of Idol Inc. I managed to open my mouth. Don't tell anyone else. Don't worry about that either. You're the first person I've told among the members. He said writer Ryu Seo-rin also called him as soon as the first episode aired, and the reactions came in urgently instructing him. We just need to get past this sensitive period. Once runs for another season or two, so in about 2 or 3 years, if it gets revealed then, it would probably pass without much issue. And if it wasn't revealed throughout the broadcast and still hasn't been revealed, it's likely no one knows yet. I double-checked with Ryu Chang-woo just in case. How closely related are you to the writer? Besides sharing the Bangsan Ryu clan name, I'm not even sure how many degrees of separation it is. That's the extent of it. At that level, if necessary, they could even argue it's not really a close relative. They could explain it as just sharing the same clan name, making casting easier. I felt a bit of tension ease. I guess I was a bit stressed, unsure what the next status ailment would be, but certain that it wouldn't be good if a weakness hit the team. Another thought also crossed my mind. Now that I think about it, was I also from the Bongsun Ryu clan? I can't be sure because I haven't paid much attention since my parents passed, but I think I was. If so, then I probably shared the clan name with Ryu Chang Wu. Ryu Gun Wu, Ryu Chang Wu. Huh. Must be the Wu generation. Well, what does it matter anyway? I just shrugged. Strangely, I ended up telling you this. I usually don't tell these stories to the younger members. Did he instinctively sense I was older? I changed the topic. In that case, the fact that you received an offer means you were already preparing to be a singer, right? Yeah, I couldn't continue archery. Ryu Chang-woo made a slight shrugging motion. I was in a pretty bad car accident when I was younger. Maybe it wasn't treated properly, but side effects appeared only after I grew up. My hand trembles when I exert strength. So I quit the year before last or so, and since bowing was uncomfortable, I explored a new career path. His attitude carried the composure unique to someone who has already overcome something, meaning it's all in the past. I just nodded along. Just then, a rustling sound came from the corner. Kuhuk! I'm sorry, I heard everything. Cha Yu-jin, who had been sleeping sprawled in the corner, got up, tears streaming down. And behind him, Kim Rae-bin, who was lying down, also sniffled and moved. I came to my senses without meaning to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's okay. Kuhuk. The two who hadn't consumed alcohol seemed to have regained their senses quickly from the noise. Ryu Chang-woo looked momentarily flustered, but soon smiled wryly. It's my fault for talking about it in a shared space. Don't worry about it and go get some sleep. But the two guys hesitantly added more. Hyung, I'm the one who should be sorry. Chang-woo Hyung, you did well. The kids are doing great. Ryu Chang-woo nodded with a complicated, subtle expression. I added a comment. They seem like they'll listen well now. So wouldn't it be okay for you to be a bit more comfortable and not hold back so much from now on, leader? Don't you want to do it? Huh? I'd obviously give up midway and ruin everything. Me, the leader? I'd probably end up hitting one or two members out of frustration if things went wrong. Sensing my sincerity, Ryu Chang-woo's face looked utterly blocked, as if thinking, that's absurd. Huh, phew. But then, with a noticeably lighter attitude, he answered, all right, I'll take your word for it. I'll keep being the leader. Yes! But you guys also have to stop me if I try to do something unnecessary. I can't just be the break all the time anymore. Of course, Ryu Chang-woo muttered something like, nah, let's, then stretched and went into his room. Perhaps because he had gotten things off his chest, his footsteps looked much lighter. And in the living room, only food waste and collapsed human bodies remained. Shall we go in? Yes. The awakened ones will probably go back on their own. Let's leave them. Right after Testar had finished enjoying the joy and aftermath of their first place. The fans waited patiently until Testar's first place appeared in news articles and real-time search terms, because they didn't want to spoil Testar's good news. Let's just keep submitting inquiries through the proper channels. If they have any sense, they'll prepare it on their own. The fans quietly sent feedback requests individually via phone and email. However, ultimately, even after several days passed, they received no feedback. The anger that had been bubbling beneath the surface finally exploded, and the fans ultimately issued a statement directed at the agency. Statement requesting support for artist activities. July 10th, 202X. The United Tester fandom criticizes T1 Stars Entertainment's irrational management and demands the protection of the legitimate rights of both the artists and consumers. In summary, because it wasn't an issue concerning just one specific member, the scale grew insanely large, with even the individual member fan communities uniting. Just as the fans who were steadily preparing their next steps, from faxes to post-it storms, if the statement failed, a response fortunately came from the agency. Hello, this is T1 Stars Entertainment. Our company is putting its full effort into supporting Testar's activities. and the matters fans have recently expressed concern about will also be implemented without delay. It was a declaration of surrender. Although some fans felt a slight nuance of, "We were already preparing it, you're overreacting." The atmosphere somewhat subsided with the promise to resolve things within a short period. As expected, you have to pressure trash for them to listen. Let's be honest. Don't you think the fandom name would have only come out during the second album if we hadn't caused this fuss? It's the chugs. I actually think so too. No matter how much they like toys, tell them to stop squeezing the kids dry. If you pull this again next comeback, expect a protest truck with that article title, so you better know that. The agency later floated trial balloons through media play, suggesting they would hold an Idle Inc. style event like fandom name chosen by fans, but retreated under the fans' attacks. Please, stop it. We're sick of voting and stocks now. Just do what Testar wants and get it over with. No more Idle Inc. commands. Why do you keep trying to make the fans do things when the members themselves came up with the first place song concept? We just want to watch the kids do their thing and chatter. Yeah, we're toys or slaves, just release the goods quickly. Fortunately, the agency didn't push their luck further and diligently prepared the schedule. So, that Friday, a national stock beyond expectations has arrived. Testar's first W Live. Testar talks about giving you a fandom name. 15 Sun, 3:00 Quack PM. An event banner that felt long overdue appeared. Wow, finally. Our kids are finally doing a W Live too. Fan victory. It's Big Season talking on a live. Please, even if it's a no idea live, let's do it properly. Hi, bastards. At least they know how to use their capital as a large company. Fans who had only barely seen a moving Testar on music shows were truly excited. Subscriptions to Testar's V channel, which only had one preview video up so far, began to pour in rapidly, and at exactly 3 p.m. on the day of the event. Hello. Testar started their W Live. Chapter 85. Is everyone connected? Seems people are still joining. Although there were only a few comments, the Testar members, inexperienced with this kind of live broadcast, looked at the screen and whispered amongst themselves. Then, Chayujin's face suddenly brightened. Numbers appeared. Hello! Seeing the instantly rising real-time comments, the Testar members smiled brightly, bowing their heads and waving their hands. Hello! Hello! The university student watching Park Monday, bowing politely on the screen, found herself waving her hand without realizing it. The dog lying on the bed stared at her as if seeing something very strange, but this was no time to care about that. Since I couldn't get a fan sign slot, and at least I can watch the W live. Unlike her ant-like friend, she, who was planning to enter graduate school after graduating in the fall, couldn't possibly make time at the end of June. Because of this, she had to give up on the fan sign. I even thought about breaking my savings account. Even though her friend comforted her, asking why she couldn't spend the money she had, she still felt bad. She had heard in too much detail what Munde had done at the fan sign. But when he had blonde hair, I should have just gone. Muttering that she wanted to see his blonde hair in person for the first time, she focused on the screen. It was a shallow self-rationalization. The reason we're greeting you through this live today is to finally announce the official name for our fans. Yeah. At Ryu Chang-woo's words, Testar enthusiastically sent applause and cheers. Mundy was also clapping, his large sleeves flapping as he moved without rolling them up. So cute! Thinking she was talking about him, the dog pricked up his ears, but realizing it wasn't, he shot a sharp glance at the university student. On the screen, comments were pouring in quickly. I love you. Congratulations on first place, kids. Marry me, please. It's my birthday today. Please say my name. Testar. I hope your next album is a day back too. Since it was the very beginning, there were many comments just saying anything. Testar looked like they wanted to read them, but they were too fast to read properly, so they just smiled brightly instead. They could at least tell there were many hearts. Thank you, everyone. We missed you all so much. What is everyone doing, since it's 3 p.m. on a weekend? It must be time for a snack. I want a snack. The moment Cha Yujin finished speaking, a staff member off camera sent a signal meaning, "We'll bring you some, so please just follow the script for the opening." They seemed deeply worried that the rookies, doing their first W live, might go off track during the opening conversation. Seeing that look, as if he was about to start waving a carrot any second, the members naturally tried to soothe Cha Yujin. Shall we first check out what we've prepared? Yes! As Testar moved away from the camera, a setup desk behind them came into view. The desk, covered with white cloths, had lumpy shapes that made it obvious to anyone that presents were inside. What's on the desk? Is it an album? Cheering for you from Indonesia. Appas are all so cute. You're all ugly. I want to hug Yujin, all sorts of questions, personal queries, and even aunties were mixed together, filling the comments. Fortunately, Testar were now at a distance from the screen and couldn't see the comments. In a space where anyone could enter, the real-time chat was pure chaos. The university student gritted her teeth. I should just report all those aunties. She could barely check them, as they were instantly buried. Hoping with all her might that Monday would remain at a distance where he couldn't see the comments, she focused again on the Testar on screen. What we're introducing today is right. It's the light stick grip we designed. Yay! When the first white cloth on the desk was removed, there were stacked panels with each member's name written on them. The members excitedly clapped and moved the panel with their name to themselves. We each made one, and today, with you all as the judges, we plan to select one final design through a discussion. We were really serious about it. We haven't seen each other's drawings yet either. The first reveal? She pressed her lips together tightly. Monday, holding his own panel with both hands, was cute, but she was boiling inside. The agency bastards really don't listen. They told them not to make the fans vote, so they made the Testar kids vote among themselves. It was absurd. If the kids just said they wanted to do this, you should have gathered their ideas and had a designer draw it. Being someone who was liking an idol group for the first time, her mind reeled at the absurd situation. Could it be that during the title track work, they also made the kids do it like this, leading to the concept production presentation shown in the reality show episode 2? Did Testar challenge it themselves rather than it being given? A strong suspicion flashed through her mind. But for now, the real-time moving Park Moon Day before her eyes was the priority. So the university student's sharp gaze returned to him. Shall we, reveal them one by one and hear the explanations? Oh, it sounds good. Then let's start from the right. Ryu Changwu, who was at the far right, looked a bit flustered, but he ripped off the tape at once and unveiled his drawing. And what was inside was a flower drawing made of mysterious lines. Hyung, is this a light stick? A few members who grasped the situation buried their heads in their knees. It was to stop themselves from laughing. Ryu Changwu also ended up laughing. I'm not good at drawing. I thought, what if this round cheering tool had parts that spread out like fingers, making it easy to grab and wave overhead? So a round shape like a baseball instead of a stick type? If the circle sparkles, it'll be pretty. Although the drawing was a mess, they held back their laughter, nodded, and said the idea itself was good. After that, Testar continued the conversation with mainly complimentary comments, picking out only the good points of each member's design. It wasn't a matter where one's own opinion absolutely had to be reflected. It was enough if all the paths were just pretty. Ahyun's drawing looks like a magic wand. It's pretty. Thank you. We are magical boys. So a magic wand as a light stick? That's persuasive. It has plausibility. Of course, overly unrealistic claims were naturally ignored. The purpose of a light stick is to create another item for fans to hold and cheer with, so I thought, what if it made a sound like a maraca when you shake it? That's a fun idea. Rabin C, but wouldn't that make it hard to hear our voices? Whoa. Kim Rabin was sunk within 3 minutes of starting his presentation. Lo, Rabin is so cute. So cute. I'll like whatever light stick it is of hearts. So cute. Although comments like Eng Plus or I'm curious occasionally popped up, most fans watching were smiling warmly and enjoying the screen. The university student was the same. She found herself hugging the dog while watching the screen and giggling. Now it's Monday's turn. No. Monday's is... Ooh. On the screen, Park Monday silently peeled off the tape and turned the drawing to show the camera. 2 bold black sticks were drawn. It was passable up to that point. There were quite a few light sticks of that style. The problem was that traces of attempts to draw various things around them were visible. Each one was drawn so poorly that it looked like some kind of bizarre alien creature. And Park Monday opened his mouth with an expression of having given up on everything. That's how it turned out. Instantly, roaring laughter consumed the audio. Monday's drawing has the most impact. You drew even worse than Chang Woo-hyung. Even the members who had broken their character and were using informal speech laughed hysterically as they looked at the drawing. Even Seon Ah-hyun's face was red as he tried to hold back his laughter. And the university student also burst out laughing. It was half because it was funny, half out of fondness. Monday really can't draw, but the traces of him trying hard to draw were so cute her heart felt like it would burst. Sorry for laughing. That's right, we should hear Moon Daisi's explanation too. Thank you. Monday on the screen coughed a few times, then, holding the drawing, began explaining point by point. First, it looks like a baseball bat, but I wanted that if you twist the handle part, a magic wand would come out from inside. A transformable type? A combined form? Remembering the magic sword toys they used when they were younger, everyone started getting excited. Then, how about we use Ah-hyun's design for our magic wand? Let's put Chang Woo-hyung's circle in the middle. Please make the bat separation work with one touch. The production cost was skyrocketing insanely, but no one cared. As a result, something like an ultra-combined magic toy was being created. Lolo, the kids! Stop it, Tug. Just stop, Lolo. Oh my god. What even is that, lolo? Are we supposed to cheer with that thing until we collapse? Lol. If you guys are happy with it, then sure. Testar received a notepad from off camera and started wildly drawing a new light stick, adding various elements amongst themselves. In the process, it naturally started being compared to Park Monday's drawing, which was being introduced. Wait, then was this supposed to be the magic wand Mundisi? Yes, they burst out laughing again upon seeing the gourd-like shape that Big Seijin had revealed. Park Mundi eventually covered his face with one hand and crumpled his own drawing into a ball. Aigu! That sight was so pitiful and cute that the prospective graduate student finally started leaving real-time comments. It seemed she wasn't the only one, as the comments were changing into a flood of comforting messages. And my conclusion... Please comfort Monday. Is this what love is? My heart is melting. Do something other than drawing. I love you. Foreign languages also passed by intermittently. An enormous amount of comments poured down like a waterfall, to the point where it was impossible to tell what was what. Amidst this, the newly completed light stick design was being displayed on screen after much trial and error, and the light stick concept drawing has been decided. Yeah. It was the embodiment of a cost increase that would give the production team a headache the moment it was made, but it did look cool. That was thanks to skillfully incorporating only the sensible opinions. For the record, Park Monday ended up retrieving his own drawing, due to the members' repeated cries of, "It's a pity." Still happy that the light stick design was complete, a small smile hung on Monday's face as he clapped. Blonde is good too. Whether it was blonde or black hair, she finally admitted that she really needed to see him in person. On the screen, the members who had been busily putting their drawings away now all moved in a group to the part of the desk where one cloth still remained. Now then, the grand announcement remains. It's the notice of the fandom name, saying they decided this together through discussion too. The members who had been having fun pulled the cloth together with slightly nervous faces. Dugu dugu dugu, ta-da, and they all lifted the cloth together and threw it backward. Haunama, ta-da. What was hidden under the cloth was a peculiar nameplate. And what is this? On the luxurious and imposing mother-of-pearl nameplate, the kind you'd find on a corporate CEO's desk, words were written in a formal font. Love you were, love you were. Ryu Changwoo smiled and opened his mouth. We decided on it while thinking of our fans who watch over us with love. It's love plus reviewer. Cha Yu-jin added an explanation, and he looked at the giant nameplate with sparkling eyes. We ordered it. We had it custom made. It means that our fans, who have invested in us until now, are the best to us. And we plan to send it to a fan through a lottery after the W Live ends. Of course, the nameplate that suddenly appeared was so abrupt it was just funny. For the record, Big Seijin opposed it until the end, but was outvoted and just gave up. Anyway, because Testar seemed so excited about it, the fans just flooded the comments with laughing emoticons and hearts. Because it was cute. Of course, a fierce situational play-by-play was surely happening on SNS. As long as they don't do anything too crazy, if they read the mood, it's fine. For now, these guys are all right, so the nameplate is an unexpectedly cute part. It's understandable, right? Thanks to this, the members, who had leaned in close to the smartphone screen to check the reaction to the fandom name, could judge the situation based on comments like, hehehe, NU and I love you. See, the reaction seems pretty good. That's a relief. Great! Tester continued their next announcement with renewed energy. Now, we'll announce the official color. Tester's first W Live went on for a very long time. It was originally scheduled for 2 hours, but the members were reluctant to end their first W Live, just doing official schedules. So, in the latter half, a lot of TMI was spilled. Summary of Testar's self-reported MBTI from today's W Live. Ryu Changwoo, ESFJ, Lee Si-jin, Big. ISFP, Sion A Hyun, FJ. Big Seijin, TJ. Park Mun Dae, INTJ, Kim Rae-bin, FP, Cha Yu-jin. He's seen the kids who've never done this before get so excited doing it on a live. Testar is even a hidden gem for W Lives. It wasn't an official test, so just take it as fun. Wow, there's not a single S-type among them. The contrast between extroverts and introverts was really clear, especially Big Se-jin with his confident big T. Every time Changwoo's ESFJ description came up, the kids would admire him and exclaim, it was just like kindergarten kids who really like their teacher. Aigu. They're so cute. The ones who seem to have low empathy are the T's. It suits them. Are they really judging character based on MBTI? Hitting them by bundling half the names together is insane. Of course, the strongest atmosphere was one of celebration for finally deciding on a fandom name. Testar honestly made me think of Tester at first, so I cringed. But thanks to my idol, who established the beloved, love-filled reviewer concept, I've gotten over it completely. This is so right. Testar. Reviewer is totally fate. I won't accept any objections. As soon as the court opens tomorrow, I'm planning to legally change my name to Deep Reviewer. It's lovely and seems easy to use online. Are you crazy? It'd be weird if too many people applied in one day. I'll be the only one doing it. The way they took the sky blue color by time of day and made a gradient to filter the fandom color was also really cool. Does it feel connected to this album's worldview? Honestly, I think our light stick will stand out so much, the color might not even matter. Right? Me! I'm really looking forward to the official merchandise. Seriously. Testar's fans spent their Sunday enjoying various rice cake items, theories, benefits, from the members during the first W Live. Moreover, the last fan signing event of this promotional period was currently underway. Are they going to recommend the fandom color right after the W live? I really can't handle their schedule. While worrying about Testar and cursing the agency, people's hearts couldn't help but look forward to the reviews, especially with the hint about asking W live related questions. Fortunately, the atmosphere conveyed in real time was very good. A certain fan showed Rabin a maraca shaped like a squid balloon, and it tore. Rabin was so embarrassed, he tried to hide. I asked Monday to draw a dog for me. Well, since Monday says this is a dog, from now on, this is a dog. Picture of a drawing that looks like a meme. Today, Ah-hyun prepared a gift. It's the character version. I got a signature with this. And thanks to the feeling that Testar's work was successfully coming to an end, the fan signing event was proceeding even more vibrantly. Big Sejin, can you draw on my light stick here? Of course, right here? Yes. It felt like I had gotten this same request about 10 times today. I hid my bewildered expression and drew the final version of the light stick on the 10th signing page. Even though I'm the one who drew it, it's so shaky I can barely recognize it. Oh my God, I love it so much. Is it because her delighted appearance seems so human that I'm growing fond of her? Or is it because I drew it so poorly that it has rarity value? Whichever it is, as long as the recipient is happy, it doesn't matter. But I can't shake the feeling that I've become some kind of master artist. It just feels like it's because of the timing. I finished the drawing as quickly as possible and handed it back. Is there anything else you'd like to see? Hyuk, then please write a heart-fluttering message. You got it, a heart-fluttering message. In an environment where I can't afford to spend time pondering, these kinds of non-specific requests are the most troublesome. But since this is also a phrase I hear more than twice per fan signing session, my hand moved quickly out of habit. I promptly wrote a message below the light stick. Park Monday's evening schedule. Thinking about the reviewer I met at the fan sign. Next, please. The fan, swaying slightly, was guided by the staff to the next seat. Since it was already their second turn, the staff was firm this time, and there was no helping it. As expected, mentioning a specific situation related to the person is the most effective. Adding a slightly more personal touch would be better, but it was impossible, as I couldn't think of anything within 20 seconds. I'll probably really remember it tonight. I rubbed the back of my neck and waited for the next person, but there was no sign of them coming yet. Big Sejin, do you have a secret to managing the stage so well? Up. If you tell me what you like about me, I can make that my secret. Yay, because Big Sejin was sucking up the conversation almost like a mosquito. It was impressive that the staff couldn't even intervene. Time is ticking. While I was focusing my gaze on the camera, calling my name, I heard the voice of the fan who had just passed by talking to Seon Ah-hyun. Ah, hello. Ah, yes, hello. It seemed it was someone who wasn't particularly interested in Seon Ah-hyun, as their voice lacked any excitement. What is your name? Huh? Could hear the fan's slightly bewildered voice asking back. Your name? Seon Ah-hyun asked again, but his slightly quieter voice only made him seem more hesitant. A bit of impatience was starting to seep into his tone because of the other person's attitude. I can't hear you well. Sorry, it's fine. This feels bad. After that, Seon Ah-hyun fell silent. Taking a quick glance, I saw he was still signing, though. Hello. Hello. Finally, it seemed Big Sejin was finished, as another fan came to me. While I was waiting for the fan who was still shaking hands with Big Sejin to bring the album, I heard a voice from the front again. This is... It seemed Seon Ah-hyun was presenting the prepared gift. And then, a voice that sounded slightly upset cut in. It's fine. I don't need it. The fan in front of Seon Ah-hyun left their seat just like that. Honestly, it's something that could happen. It's not a job where you only meet kind people all the time. Since he wasn't cursed out to his face, it's something you could just feel a bit bad about and move on from. The problem is that he takes things incredibly deeply, stuttering unfamiliar peer, rejection. The keywords are a triple crown. It's like someone did a tap dance on top of Seon Ah-hyun's trauma switch. Looking ahead, I saw Seon Ah-hyun's face had hardened into a stiff, expressionless mask. Damn it! If I hesitate even a little, he'll be caught. I first took the pen from Seon Ah-hyun's hand, and I immediately tore open the packaging. This is a gift Ah-hyun prepared. Would it be okay if I sign this for you too? Wow, I'd love that. I started signing the photo card, pulling Seon Ah-hyun into the conversation. And Ah-hyun said he's giving you both the one I'm using now and an extra packaged one. Really? Seriously? Of course, right? It seems Seon Ah-hyun had gathered his wits as he started to answer. For now, the stiff expression is gone. Aigu, that's so nice. Why do I get two? It's a token of gratitude for listening to Big Sajin for so long. Our member talks a bit much. Ah, that's so mean. Somehow, Big Sajin had managed to put in a tease and then disappeared. Realizing it was all a joke, the fans laughed excitedly and enjoyed themselves. Thank you so much. But how did you know my name? Didn't Big Sajin say it like 10 times over there? Ha ha ha. That fan, who laughed as if embarrassed, fortunately made an effort to talk and converse with the next person, Seon Ah-hyun, as well. And Seon Ah-hyun regained his composure before the next person came. I've gotten through it for now. Fortunately, there were no other issues until the fan signing event ended that day. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Inside the car on the way back to the dorm, Seon Ah-hyun's condition was definitely better than before. But his complexion was still pale, and he repeatedly mumbled an apology. Sorry for causing trouble during the fan sign. It's not that. Could become a slightly annoying scandal, but it wasn't significant enough to damage the group. The problem was that if this continues, that guy's mental state might shatter first. He'll probably keep worrying that if he stutters, a situation like before will happen again. And if on some day his grit trait becomes inactive, it could really deal a blow to the group, because a hole would form in the main vocal line. By any chance, have you thought about receiving counseling? I don't have the time. If you tell the agency, I think they'll make time. Many idols take breaks for these kinds of issues. Since we've been active for almost 4 weeks now, if Seon Ah-hyun says he can't handle it, they'd probably make some allowances. But Seon Ah-hyun shook his head hurriedly. They said they'll give us a vacation soon. So, at that time, I'll see. I was about to suggest that just receiving it now would be enough, but Seon Ah-hyun spoke first. Right now. I don't want to. I'm still active, and I don't want to ruin the schedule. Firmly. Since he said so, I decided to let it go for now. It was also the first time something like this had happened. Okay, I understand. If the atmosphere gets too weird, I can just contact Seon Ah-hyun's parents. Perhaps because we were talking in the parked car, the conversation didn't flow easily. I decided to escape by using earphones to listen to Cha Yujin's voice from the navigation system. And when we arrived at the dorm, the living room was filled with yellow balloons. Chapter 87. What is this? Ryu Chong-woo mumbled as he checked the living room hit by the balloon bomb. It was probably because he could see lenses peeking between the yellow balloons. The familiar reality show cameras had arrived. So the re-recording starts from today. Since we had barely been at the dorm recently, the reality cameras were only installed briefly and intensively during content filming before being removed. The dorm daily life content was already too overused to the point it couldn't be used anymore. But since this was the first proper dorm event like this, the members entered the living room hesitantly. And amidst the swaying balloons, they found a large note. It was so big that it alone took up half the living room wall. Special, Testars, first place commemorative trip. Huh? Trip? A trip? Cha Yujin brushed the balloons aside in one go and approached the wall. Balloons of various colors, clearly taken from the 3 officially selected fandom color numbers, soared into the air. It spins. There's something written on the edge. Yujin, you have to be careful. Ooh, Perhaps remembering being scolded last time, Cha Yujin carefully put it down with a slightly subdued expression. Right, let's check it together. Yes. I'm not sure if the text needed to be this way, but for the sake of the broadcast, we all turned the note together. 1, 2, 3. Then a huge wheel appeared. A wheel of all things. Just hearing the word made me feel a flashback coming on. But the members were already excited by the smell of a full-fledged travel content. Wow. What's this? Roulette? It says Trip Roulette. As Kim Rae-bin said, was written in large letters at the top. Explanations followed in smaller handwriting. Oh, together you will spin this wheel to decide the concept for this trip. Testar's unscripted trip for 1 night, 2 days. Wow, it's really full scale, isn't it? I'm so excited. Let's spin it quickly. Even Seon Ah-hyun, who had been somewhat listless, got excited and stuck close to the wheel. There were 7 sections in total, each with a different theme written on it. Healing, mukbang, adventure, extreme, theme park, history, culture. Oh, the keywords were filled with distinctive themes. Healing would be the easiest. Just looking at it, it's probably a schedule where we go to some mountainside and live a rural life. It seems the most manageable, and aside from the labor of getting there, it feels like there would be no physical exertion. I want adventure. Healing is good. Mukbang feels like it was put in just for Monday, as if, considering screen time, they each expressed their preferences for a moment, but soon couldn't hold back and excitedly clung to the wheel. Let's all hold it and spin it at the same time. Right, Monday. Come here quickly, too. Yeah, thanks to that, the strange scene of all the members spinning the wheel together was captured on camera. I hope it at least lands on something heartwarming. I mumbled my wish and touched the wheel at the same time as the members. Ooh, it's spinning. Of course it's spinning. Why wouldn't it be? Whether the wheel was well balanced or not, it spun smoothly for a long time before finally stopping. Theme park. Despite Kim Rae-bin's hopeful words, the disc went past the blue section of theme park, all the way to the red one. And the theme was written in a provocative font in the bright red section. Extreme trip. Extreme. Extreme. As if finally realizing the meaning of the pronunciation, Cha Yujin laughed and raised both hands. Does Cha Yujin like it? Couldn't be more ominous. And a moment later, a text from the production team came in on Ryu Chang-woo's smartphone. Testar's trip theme this time is extreme. We will be treating you to an exciting theme where you can taste the joy of thrills. No takebacks. No takebacks? As if their survival show-trained senses were kicking in, the members' complexions began to change. I stepped closer to the wheel. Monday, and I tried spinning it again. The wheel, spinning brightly and diligently, stopped on extreme trip again. I tried spinning it again. Whir, click, it's extreme. And the members realized the situation. It's rigged. For reference, the production staff we met the next day just laughed sheepishly, saying, we had to prepare the schedule in advance, so of course we couldn't prepare all 7, right? These bastards. I could feel their determination to somehow make the travel content stand out to viewers. I really had a bad feeling about this. I was late checking because of my schedule. Congratulations on your music core first place. Thank you, Sun Benim. Waking up in the morning to a text that was already waiting made me feel annoyed, even though I had no reason to be. Even if I write checked late in my status message, they keep coming. For reference, the sender is VTIC's main rapper. This guy is really annoying. There's no way he really checked late, given that he was also a first-place candidate. Of course, one of the members must have told him immediately. It doesn't make sense that he wouldn't have heard, given that his triple crown for 3 consecutive weeks on a public broadcast was blocked. It seems he contacted me to try and provoke me from the start. Sure enough, another annoying text came right after. I hope you get first place faster next time. It means don't annoy me and just stay out of my way, then we can each get our first place trophies, and that's good. Thank you. I hope you have a good day, Sun Benim. Damn it, I can't even ignore this. I just turned off the special notifications. Every time I meet the department head, that damn bastard acts all condescending anyway. Hey, pack your bags. Monday, my bag. Is it all packed? Yeah, wait a second. As soon as I turned off my smartphone, the sound of clattering and banging started to rise. It's the filming for the departure preparations. It was the beginning of the reality travel content. Is that the end of it? You crazy? Oh, of course. Soon as I showed up with just one backpack, concerns came from everywhere that it was too little. It's just one night, 2 days, whatever. It's a package trip where we just go where the production team tells us anyway. Isn't just clothes and some essentials enough? What about snacks? What? What about snacks? Snack. Yes. Let's buy and eat some there. And it seems my image in Chayujin's mind has become that of a snack supplier. I feel like a snack shuttle or something. I can't get over the incredible lightness of a backpack I've never experienced even in high school. Okay, then, we're finally going on our first trip. Wow. I hope we make lots of good memories. Anyway, the opening in front of the production team's camera was a success. Even though they were tricked, the excited atmosphere was evident because it was a trip after all. It was a forced march. We've been running nonstop for 2 months, from preparing the debut album until now. However, I should have guessed something was up from the moment I saw the production staff snickering while looking at the members. About 3 hours later, we arrived at a rural village at the foot of a yellow mountain in Gyeonggi-do. Congratulations to the Testar members who have arrived at your first travel destination. Wow, the air is so fresh. It was a bit hot, but the weather was undoubtedly good. As the members' faces brightened at the long-awaited outdoor activity, the PD shouted through a megaphone, "Your first extreme activity is skydiving." The atmosphere froze solid. Can you see the small plane up there? Do-do-do-do-do. A black aircraft passed noisily across the blue sky. That's what you'll be riding on before jumping out. And then it became chaos. This is completely safe. I am safe. Is it impossible to quit midway? That would be a waste after coming all the way up in the plane. We already paid for this, you know? And the instructor's relaxed answer, Lee Sejin's face turned bluish. They're complete jerks. And still the production team gave them one last mercy. If you really can't jump, you can just come back down, but the next course will be twice as hard. I think the fans will curse them out for this. If anyone really cried and said they couldn't do it, it would reach the level where they'd get cursed out with comments like, "Why are you making the kids' reality show so harsh and pointless?" and have to issue an apology. But it seemed that kind of thing would be rare. Okay, then we'll jump one by one. Because these guys were all unexpectedly stubborn. They were the ones who gritted their teeth and endured on that audition show, so maybe it was natural. Anyway, from Kim Rae-bin, who was mumbling to himself in a corner, to Chayujin, who was excitedly stomping his feet, everyone jumped out without hesitation. Having an instructor to jump with probably gave them some courage too. Okay, here I go. Yes. Sona Hyun also jumped out smoothly without any problems. Next is me. Somehow I became the last one again. The in-flight camera VCR felt fresh and novel. Things like this aren't even scary. It's not like I'm going to die or get hurt, so what does it matter? I just don't really see the point of paying money to do this. Okay, you have to jump on this, Count. Take a deep breath. Yes. This friend has the strongest nerves. Amazing. Whoosh, the wind hit my face. Good, right? It was good. I hadn't expected it at all. The clear blue sky stretched out in all directions. Beyond the blue horizon, cities and fields spread out endlessly. The sunlight was blinding, but it didn't bother me. The wind felt refreshing. Okay, parachute deployment. With a pressure on my back, the parachute slowly opened in the air and began moving, riding the wind. It was an incredible sense of liberation. He's good at this. Hold this. Let's push it like this. If I had continued living as Ryu Chang-woo, would I have ever even thought of doing something like this? Absolutely not. I would have said, who pays money to jump out of a plane? But now I'm doing it. And there have been so many things like that. Achievements, performances, fans, cheers. The feeling of being alive. It's strange. I didn't care about status ailments or anything. Strangely, I liked being Park Monday. Okay, landing. The moment I landed on the ground, the guys who had come down first waved their hands with bright smiles. Monday has arrived too. Well, an extreme trip, it might not be so bad after all. I smiled and stepped onto the ground. Did I say it might not be so bad? Well, the second extreme experience of the day. It's Invitation of the Dead. I take it back. The production staff bastards don't know moderation. Can you see the building ahead? I see it, but few members who were certified scaredy cats were already making crying sounds. The PD excitedly shouted through the megaphone. It's a horror experience set run by a visiting professional team from Japan specializing in horror makeup. It's only open this summer, so it's a limited time opportunity. This detailed explanation means it's a PPL. Lee Si-jin, with a dark expression, mumbled from the front. If only we had missed this summer. You said it. Then everyone, please split into groups to enter Invitation of the Dead. We have bad memories about making teams. We will all enter together. But of course it had no effect, and Testar began dividing into entry teams. Chapter 88, Extreme Horror Experience Team, surprisingly, had a standard setup for grouping the members. We can split into 3 groups. Phew, just hearing they wouldn't be alone improved the complexions of Kim Rae-bin and the others, especially Kim Rae-bin's. Then, how should we split? I want to go with Chung Woo-hyung. Me too! And Ryu Chung-woo's stock price suddenly began to soar. It's true, he's particularly reliable in this kind of field. Ryu Chung-woo looked around at everyone and laughed lightly before speaking. Haha, then including me. How about me, Rae-bin, and Dae-hyung in one group? Thank you. Hey, then it's no fun. Chung Woo-hyung-nim must be in a group of 2 to be interesting. Big Se-jin started causing trouble when everything was already decided. That bastard is really something. I guess him being scared while watching horror movies was all an act, after all. Really? Of course! And because Ryu Chung-woo got persuaded by Big Se-jin, it ended up being decided that the person who won the final round of rock, paper, scissors would form all the groups. It turned out like this. Damn it. The fact that Big Se-jin survived until the very end, there was the most absurd thing. Usually, the one who suggests this kind of thing loses. Big Se-jin grinned and formed the teams in an instant. So I ended up, let's get out, being stuck exploring with the wonderful combination of Moon Se-jin and Cha Yu-jin. It was a combination that made me feel my eardrums would burst before we even started. I barely managed to ask Cha Yu-jin, I thought you weren't scared of horror movies. I thought he wasn't scared of ghosts, but was weak against disgusting things. But Cha Yu-jin was jumping up and down as if he had a spring attached to the soles of his feet with every step. Watching is fine. The real thing is scary. I'm only fine with fakes. In a sense, isn't this completely fake too? But that's not something you can persuade someone about, so let's move on. Instead, I asked Moon Se-jin, why the hell did you pick me? How should I put it? The call of conscience. My inner voice said it wouldn't be fair for me to be in a 3-person group and also have a strong heart. So I decided to show off the splendid teamwork of our trio. He's talking nonsense. Let's not forget we have cameras attached to our foreheads. Let's just move. Okay, let's go. We have to go quickly, so I need to think of the shortest route. But guys, where do you think the suspicious signs would be? That was a problem too. In this invitation to horror, each team had a mission to perform. To discover a suspicious sign and take a picture of it, at least one or more. They said they'd give us a gift if we find and take pictures of a lot of them. Let's explore and give it a try. That sounds good. Even Cha Yu-jin, triggered by the keywords gift and exploration, started acting spoiled. There's no answer. Oh. Then let's first go through the hallway and enter the smallest door. Oh, because it seems like staff would be waiting in the biggest, most noticeable room. They usually hide these things. I think we should look from the things that aren't noticeable. Wow, that's a good idea. So the idea provider should lead the way, right? I really want to quit. But since being at the very front was better than being at the very back, I stood in front with the feeling of choosing the lesser evil. Fine. Yay, great. I am scared, so I'll go at the very back. It seems he didn't want to leave Yujin at the very back either, as Moon Si-jin went to the very back himself. He seemed determined to get screen time. Okay, then, let's go. Let's go! I slowly moved my steps down the hallway. Inside the dark, gloomy wooden building, a strange musty smell tickled my nose. Hey guys, look there! I held back a curse. I just turned my head and answered bluntly, Stop screaming! Big Seijin readily made an apologetic expression. Okay, sorry? Yeah! I lifted my head in confusion. There's a woman there. She was wearing a maid outfit that would only be seen in a movie set 50 years ago. She had no pupils and no eyes. Only blood was vivid red. Yeah! How ya, run away. Run! No, while running wildly in the same direction as the screaming guys, I realized this team was already doomed. When we came out, the sunset was setting. That meant it took a whole hour to get out of that damn haunted house. It was supposed to be a 25-minute course. I didn't even dare to imagine how embarrassingly we'd appear on broadcast. Oh, my throat hurts. You too? Me too. The two guys who had been swallowing their screams were receiving ion drinks from the staff and drinking them like crazy. Of course, Big Seijin just screamed for fun, so it was natural and his own fault. Seon Ah-hyun, seemingly bothered by our ragtag group taking twice the expected time, spoke to us. For reference, the duo of Seon Ah-hyun and Lee Se-jin found 3 clues and came out the exit in just 20 minutes. In many ways, I felt a crushing sense of reality. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. This was truly an experience that made me wonder why anyone would pay to do this. No, even if I were paid, I'd feel the same. If it were minimum wage, I'd never want to go in again. Moonday, you had a tough time. Thank you. Thank you! Maybe because it's all being filmed, there was no nonsense about him claiming he hard-carried us. I slowly shook my head. Still, since we at least took a picture of a clue, it was a much better situation than having nothing. Hoo-hoo! We're back. The last team, Ryu Chang-woo and Kim Rae-bin, returned after 30 minutes and the PD started speaking again. You've all worked hard. Now, let's have dinner. Don't tell me dinner's extreme too. Of course. If there were no cameras, I'd have cursed. But since cameras were rolling, I only let out a sighing reaction. It's an extreme whole roasted pig. Hack! Roasted pig! Fortunately, the production team wasn't completely heartless, and they seemed to know it was time to soothe us. Soon after, a barbecue with 3 suckling pigbacks started rotating over a fire in the vacant lot next to the haunted house. It's already fully cooked. Judging by the situation, that motor-like thing seemed to be for keeping the meat tender and juicy. Anyway, with its impressive visuals, most of the members were happy. Except for Kim Rae-bin, who still seemed out of it. Thank you for the food. Thank you! It wasn't as overwhelmingly delicious as it looked, but as always with meat, it was tasty. The gift we received for the pictures taken in the haunted house was animal pajamas. Another set of clothes to play with, I see. Combined with the ones we received as gifts, it's now over 5 sets. Anyway, seeing they gave us 7 sets, it basically means they want all of us to wear only these and sleep during this reality trip. Not that hard. So, at 8 p.m., all the members sitting in the pension living room were wearing animal pajamas. It's been a while since I've worn clothes the 3 of us designed. I like them. Cute and nice. Looking at the guys desperately talking, wondering if this might be a PPL, I thought, wow, they've really become broadcast pros. Anyway, from now until bedtime, it was free time. But of course, it didn't mean we could do whatever we truly wanted. It means they want us to casually produce one piece of content. Well, whether it's playing a singing room game, a board game, or if not, writing sincere letters to each other. It means we should act like we're comfortably doing something. We're bored, should we play a truth game or something? Like that. Truth game? Yes. I saw earlier that there's a lie detector too. Really? That's great. But then Kim Rae-bin, who seemed to be thinking of something else, intervened. Since we're spending our precious playtime, how about we do a slightly more productive activity in the evening? At the plausible keyword, the members focused their attention. Productive? Rabin, are you suggesting we make something like that? Yes! A brief silence fell for a moment. However, Lee Sejin was the first to ask. What do you want to make? Ah, a new song. What? New song? Yes, actually, I have a song I composed a while ago. I even brought my portable recording equipment just in case. Kim Rabin excitedly brought his bag. In that instant, everyone rushed to surround Kim Rabin. Aha! Rabin, ah! If you spoil it now, it'll be a spoiler. That's right, and it seems better to start something like this after we finish this activity. Is that so? Kim Rabin lowered his smartphone with a flustered face. He looked like he hadn't expected this reaction at all. That guy may lack social skills, but he's not a fool. Should I help him out? The new song isn't aimed at being the title track for the next album, right? Ah, yes. Finally, Kim Rabin's face showed he'd caught on. What I made is for a fan song. A trap had appeared. If a response like, that's a bit, came out here, we could fall victim to malicious editing that makes it seem like we don't want to make a song for the fans. Of course, it's not the production team's editing now. I mean, the editing of Antis, seen from today's reality show. His remarks that spark "it's nice" vis "it's a bit" debating. I could already see posts like this occupying popular spots on online communities. Fortunately, Big Sajin immediately spoke up. A fan song? That's great. I've been wanting to make one. Let's provide support fire. That sounds fun. The timing is right too. And it'll be nice. Good idea. The sudden shift in atmosphere made Kim Rabin just make a touched expression. Thank you. Probably wasn't intentional, but it was the only scene I'd seen where Kim Rabin achieved a political victory. On a leisurely weekday afternoon, fans were having a good time revisiting content from their active period. Among the music video interpretation posts on Weverse, this one seems the best. Watch the reaction video of classic musicians to Mischievous Boy. Does anyone know in the music show stage where they wore the red Morning Glory outfits and did a high five was? Last week's Music Gang. Thank you for the upload, after beating VTIC on Music Geo and taking first place. Antis trying to pick a fight with VTIC fans ran rampant, but it didn't blow up into a major issue. Since it happened after VTIC had finished their domestic activities, their fandom also had reason to let it slide moderately. Thanks to that, fans who were enjoying a relatively peaceful time received one SNS notification. It was from his account. Who is it? On a day when the members frequently check the channel, the fans clicked the notification happily and without much tension. Please accept my heart. Accept my heart? It's not related to dating, is it? The fans clicked the link with half worry, half confusion, and they confirmed the thumbnail of 7 people wearing animal pajamas. Chapter 89. Suddenly, a title appeared below the video had uploaded. Testar, The Magic Is You. It was a title that felt less formal, with no particular description attached. And above all, seeing standing there in animal pajamas, it felt cute and modest, like a hidden side dish compared to their on-stage presence. So good. The fans clicked play with appropriately happy hearts. Then, an unfamiliar instrumental began to flow. It was a refreshing and soft, medium-tempo electronic piano, and who had been casually scattered around the indoor space, got up and gathered to form a formation. A new song, a cover. As the fans were bewildered, the vocals came in. Today I feel so good, as if something good is going to happen. If it's you, everything will be fine. It's unfamiliar, but I think I'll like it. It was a pleasant, non-excessive melody. And in animal pajamas jumped into the air once and then began dancing. The animal ear-shaped cloth on their heads flapped. In real time, the fans' shouts began filling SNS. I thought it was a reality show behind the scenes, but it's a new song. Click immediately. Please watch the video these kids have on their personal channel. It's crazy. cute. The choreography was of a difficulty level that added cuteness on top of basic skills. But thanks to the animal pajamas and the free gestures and movements they made towards the camera, it didn't look awkward at all. Reality shines like a dream. I dream of a wonderful tomorrow in my dream. If I meet you tomorrow, I'll only talk about dreams that make me smile. Cha Yu-jin, wearing a leopard print pajama, came out spinning a flower in one hand and took on the verse. And following the lyrics, he blew pollen. Seon Hyun, wearing line pajamas, appeared through the pollen. My unstoppable dreams make me spur reality and run. Reality is breathing. Yeah, yes, breathing, breathing. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Whether it was because of the surrounding reactions or due to the suddenly powerful rearranged backing track, movements like bouncing and hopping, uncharacteristic of Seon Ah-hyun, came out. And by this point, the fans had realized, these are the lyrics from Magic Boy. Words taken from the Magic Boy lyrics were cheerfully reassembled to create the feeling of a praised day. And simultaneously, everyone thought, it's Kim Rae-bin. This is Kim Rae-bin. It was the impact of the Moon Rabbit performance. Meanwhile, the song moved into the pre-chorus. Can you smile for me, when you see me? Park Mun-dae, wearing white rabbit pajamas, came to the center and playfully stretched his knees. And then he started copying the center move from the Magic Boy ending choreography, which belonged to Big Seijin. It was obviously for comedy, but he did it seriously. The fans were rolling with laughter. I'm in a state of intermittent Monday fever. Big Seijin looks like he's about to collapse from laughter. Lol. Someone quickly make a fan cam of this part. I need to watch this periodically. The part ended with the members picking Park Moon-dae back up to resolve the commotion. Amidst that, the lyrics reached the climax. Even if nothing stays unchanged. Even so, the magic of this moment is maybe it's you who had matched the last pre-chorus pose, began to digest the choreography neatly in the final chorus. Big Seijin, wearing a black baby lion mask, was the center. Today I feel so good, as if something good is going to happen. Ooh, yeah. If it's you, everything will be fine. It's unfamiliar, but I think I'll like it. Thanks to the pleasant lyrics and Big Seijin's neat movements, the final chorus felt refreshing and expansive, like a well-made performance video. But next, Kim Rae-bin in rabbit pajamas appeared. It was the peak of unbalance. Rae-bin is unbalanced. What mission was given to the medieval rabbit? But he's so cute. Let Rae-bin do everything he wants. But let's not get permission from the company. Kim Rae-bin held a carrot like a microphone and hummed a singing rap. Life is strange, kicking off the ground lightly. Shall I try walking on the water? I don't know if it'll rain. My life is bright fading light. All right, I know today I'm Shining's appearance, flapping their animal ears and headbanging like it was some school festival, was a sight to behold. I'm glad you guys are happy. That's good, too. The video continued with a composition that mixed a ton of humor with a spoonful of skill. But the ending was sung sincerely with a slightly shy smile. The meeting with you today became today's shining dream and became tomorrow's magic. Yes, the magic is you. The video ended with all holding hands and bowing together. Bye-bye. Why did they suddenly upload a video like this without any warning? These crazy guys. My quality of life just skyrocketed vertically. I don't know who the stylist for the animal pajamas is, but please let them eat Hanwoo beef. The fans were happy, as if they might get indigestion from the suddenly dropped new song and video. But at the same time, they had questions. But is this a new song? Seems like a new song. It doesn't show up in searches. Hey, is it okay to release a new song like this? It's not even on music sites yet. It's not accidentally uploaded by the company, right? Please no. Fans who had experienced the track record of the incompetent company a few times suddenly became anxious. No matter how you looked at it, it was strange. Fortunately, in less than half an hour, a new post appeared on the account, Ika. A small gift to the reviewers who have given us so many things, from our debut to first place. We love you hearts, the magic is you, SoundCloud link. Fans were delighted by the fan song, released completely for free. It was a gift? You're telling me they released a song for free on SoundCloud as a gift? No, kids, I'm so thankful, but just put the song on music sites. If you think about year-end award show results, it's a shame to release it like this at this timing, Honestly, the song is so good, it's even more of a shame. When did they even make this? You guys look like you had no time to sleep. But thank you, kids. You're really cute. The fans were overjoyed by his unexpected gift, but also tormented, thinking, that's totally a fan service hook, and if they had released it on music sites, it would have charted. Of course, there were more people who were simply moved. This situation where the singer I believe is Magic gives back, isn't it just too good? Humanly speaking, they won't just end it after uploading this, right? At our year-end concert, the fan song with more choreography, singing along excitedly, just imagining it puts me in the best mood. How did they think of taking lyrics from the first place song and making a fan song, MMA's expected from Kim Rabin? He's truly the composer of the first place song. It could be anyone, not just Kim Rabin. All have worked on it together. It's obvious who did it, so please fight on your own accounts. If it comes out as a B-side on the next album, I'll definitely buy it. I want the version with official album lyrics. Anyway, most of the fans were happy, and who were monitoring it were also happy. It feels rewarding, even coming all the way on a trip. You said it. We filmed it in a hurry, but it came out well. The pajamas are nice. Cha Yujin, still wearing his leopard print pajamas, smiled brightly. Current time, 1:30 p.m. It was time for the extreme trip to smoothly wrap up its final content. Honestly, I didn't think the production team would allow it. In fact, from last evening until this morning, all the time was spent on recording the fan song and video production. That's because the production team, hooked on the fan song production content, gave us a ton of time. Thanks to that, we managed to complete it to a high standard, even though we were just going to record a guide. We were planning to release it later, but it seems the production team even persuaded the company to release it now. It seemed it would serve as good promotion for the reality show. Probably phrases like, the making of that fan song will circulate as next week's preview, and the actual making of will start in earnest the week after next. Yeah, that's probably the plan. Anyway, because the response was good, everyone's expressions were bright. Shall we go eat now? We skipped breakfast because of dance practice. We were hungry. Fortunately, the production team had a conscience and took us to a good restaurant nearby. It was a stir-fried duck restaurant, and I think we ate about 3 servings per person. Thank you for the meal. Delicious. Mr. Monday, any detailed review? The balance of sweet and spicy was good, and the meat quality was excellent, and the rice tasted good, so I kept eating it. Is that enough? Oh, and the next activity was river rafting. He's falling over there. Be careful. Yua! Splash. Water from the river exploded like a bomb onto his face. Even after that, we had to row. Everyone, if one person falls in, we all get wet together. Look after each other. Yet, using strength while tasting water on the shaking boat was close to torture. Ah-ho! But a few members seem to be having a lot of fun, especially Cha Yujin and Ryu Changwoo. I don't know what they find fun about it. But one thing is clear. Are they trying to make us burn off the calories we ate? It feels like a plan the company would have come up with. Unable to shake the thought that the stir-fried duck was the real trap, I rode the oar sullenly. Yes, move your arms like that. It was an experience that reminded me of working in the factory. You've worked hard. It was fun. After finishing the rafting, washing up, and changing clothes at a nearby facility, the afternoon was almost over. It was time to smoothly finish the final filming. We settled in a place with a nice view nearby, and the cameras were set up. Wow, really. We used our time so productively. It really felt like we were traveling just by ourselves. It was fun. Thank you for letting us have a good time. Half sincere, half for broadcast, the members exchanged ending comments with smiles. The next time, if we get the chance, it would be nice to go on a trip together. But this one seemed completely sincere. You're right, let's go on a trip again, just us. I agree. It would be nice to go abroad too. Wait, were the other guys being sincere too? Then we will return to our fans with more great looks. This has been Let's Live Life Test. The members who finished the set ending phrase waved their hands enthusiastically. Of course, I did too. Thank you for watching. See you again. The final filming ended like that. Cut. Good work, everyone. Yay. Thank you. Having safely finished another schedule, everyone's faces were bright. It seems the trip itself was also quite fun for them. This place is nice and close to Seoul. It would be good to come with family next time. It was fun indeed. As I listened to Ryu Chang-woo and Lee Si-jin talking and went to return the body mic, the manager suddenly came running from the side. Raybin, just a moment. The manager took Kim Raybin to a nearby corner. He returned Kim Raybin's smartphone, which he had missed while playing in the water, and conveyed something to him in a low voice. In that moment, Kim Raybin's complexion turned pale. Chapter 90. It was the first time I'd seen Kim Raybin's complexion turn that pale. It was so bad that even some of the other members, who had scattered to tend to their own things, noticed right away. Raybin, is something wrong? What's the matter? When Ryu Chang-woo approached and asked quietly, the manager took Ryu Chang-woo aside somewhere too. When someone has complicated personal matters, the probability that they'd rather others not interfere is high. Ryu Chang-woo had the sense of a leader, so it was fine. But there was no telling how Kim Raybin would feel about other members interfering too. I'll observe the situation a bit more. Sure enough, a little while later, the manager came back in with Ryu Chang-woo. Kim Raybin was already gone. What about Kim Raybin? Just a moment. Let's talk after we wrap up the shoot. The manager seemed mindful of the staff around them. The members, seeming to grasp the situation, kept their mouths shut and continued with what they were doing. And a little later, only after we exchanged brief goodbyes with the production team and got in the car, did we hear the full story. His grandmother collapsed? Yeah, so he went straight to the hospital. Since we already knew Kim Raybin lived with his grandparents, the members' expressions changed. I sighed. I had a bad feeling. But at least they sent him off quickly. It seems the call came just as the day's schedule was finishing up, so they sent him off without any fuss or unnecessary talk. No useless comments. What a relief. For bad news to happen with such good timing. When did the call come? Huh? What? The call about Kim Raybin's grandmother collapsing, when was it? The manager's face was slightly heavy. Oh, it came while you guys were doing the river rafting earlier. Since his phone was turned off and put away, he only checked it when the shoot finished. The atmosphere grew heavy. Then, it's already too late for Raybin to go. It might have been too late. That's probably not the case. The call kept coming through. The manager hastily added an explanation. Yes. The atmosphere in the car relaxed just a bit. I looked at the manager. Don't tell me he checked earlier but didn't say anything. That was possible, too. He could have tried to pull something, thinking the shoot would be over soon, so he'd just let him finish and then send him off. If you rationalize that, whether Kim Raybin goes or not, his grandmother won't suddenly recover anyway? No, that's going too far. Neither the manager nor the company are the type to be that ethically corrupt. Besides, if that were the case, they wouldn't have been so honest about it just now. I sighed softly and straightened my posture. How is his grandmother? A sniffling sound came from the front. Cha Yu-jin had a teary face and was curled up in the corner. He must have had a similar experience himself. Ryu Chang-woo spoke with difficulty. She'll be fine. Let's try contacting Raybin later. Yes. The atmosphere in the car became deflated. Even Big Si-jin seemed unsure of what to say. When our eyes met, he just shook his head side to side. Sigh. Lee Si-jin, perhaps finding this atmosphere stifling, turned his head to look out the window. In that heavy atmosphere, the car raced towards the dorm. The lively one-night, two-day schedule felt like a lie with this kind of ending. Kim Rae-bin came back to the dorm in the early morning hours past midnight. He's here. A few members were still awake, sitting in the living room. Seon Ah-hyun, Lee Se-jin, and others who had photo shoot schedules in the morning had been forced to go to bed by the manager's insistence. Since we didn't know when Kim Rae-bin would be back, that was the right call. And that judgment was correct. It was now 3:30 a.m. Did you take a taxi? Yes. Kim Rae-bin's face was puffy, as if he had been crying, but he didn't look particularly distraught, and it seems it wasn't critical. I spoke first. Is your grandmother doing okay? Yes. I went to the hospital right away. They said there should be almost no after effects. As it turned out, his grandmother had collapsed from a cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, Kim Rae-bin's older sister found her quickly, and she received treatment within the golden hour. That's a relief. Really, that's a relief, Rae-bin. You must have been so worried. It must have been hard. You did well. Thank you. Kim Rae-bin, as if he was about to cry again, rubbed his eyes fiercely as he came into the living room. Awkward words of comfort followed. Did you eat dinner? No. Geez. Even without this, you've had a tough time. You should eat something before going to bed. That was right. Can't be helped. I let out a breath and volunteered. With this lineup, if I do it, it'll be the fastest. Don't worry, I'll heat up some rice and side dishes for you. Thank you. It's the middle of the night. Keep your voice down. Yes. The members, confirming that the situation was okay, stretched with relieved expressions and got up. Then let's all get some rest. You did well Monday. Yes. Eat well and then go in. You worked hard. Lastly, Cha Yu-jin patted Kim Rae-bin's shoulder and went in. We had group schedules again starting tomorrow afternoon. While it was good that it didn't blow up into a big issue, staying gathered in front of him while he ate would probably be more burdensome for him. I should finish up quickly and go in too. I appropriately heated up some instant rice and side dishes and brought them out. It was a wise decision to have ordered one extra serving last night just in case. Here, thank you. After confirming Kim Rae-bin was eating, I turned to go in, but then I realized, in this situation, wouldn't it look weird for him to be eating alone in the middle of the night? Being considerate was good, but being a reliable hyung was also right, and I was the one who offered. But this is the right thing to do. I sat down across from him. Kim Rae-bin was eating quietly. Then, before he was even halfway done, he put his spoon down. Is it not tasty? Kim Rae-bin hung his head low and hesitated. We confirmed that grandmother is comfortable, but I feel strange. Why? What if a situation like this happens again, and I'm late to see it again, and if it's real next time, really real? Even if I'm not late to see it, is it right for me to stop in the middle of a performance, in the middle of a shoot, and go? But if I do that, it feels like I lack professional integrity. These thoughts won't stop. It was an understandable worry. And it's also a worry that anyone whose livelihood depends on their work could have. The question of what you're supposed to do if, while you're working, a truly critical call comes in, and you're in the middle of something very important. The problem is that Kim Rae-bin isn't even an adult yet. I don't know if it's normal for a job environment to make someone his age, who can't even legally drink yet, have these worries, honestly. If you say he's being paid so he should be professional, then I have no rebuttal. But that kind of call is a situation you can't truly understand unless you've experienced it yourself. This is tough. I didn't think I'd be having this conversation in the middle of the night. After thinking for a moment, I opened my mouth. When I got the call, I was at the academy. Because I was in class, I had my phone on silent, so I only saw it long after the time had passed. I had an exam coming up soon. There were 24 missed calls. I still think about it sometimes. What if I hadn't gone to the academy that day? What if I hadn't gone and had just followed them to that damn family event? Meaningless thoughts like that. Back then, I was just a busy high school student. Just a student. So things like this, problems of timing, I think are actually in the realm of fate. Besides, you're not going to be living in this kind of schedule forever. Once you have more experience, schedules are something you can adjust as much as you want. I rubbed the back of my neck and continued. If you're still worried, tell the manager that if any urgent family calls come, they must let you know immediately. And there's absolutely no problem stopping in the middle of work to take it. Live boldly. If people curse at you for it, they're psychos, so sue them. Kim Rabin, who had been silent for a while, finally nodded. Yes. Feeling a bit better now? Yes, Kim Rabin answered a bit more firmly. And he picked up his spoon again. It was a relief. He seemed to have regained some energy. Looking at the speed, I can probably go in within 5 minutes. Feeling somewhat reassured, I checked the clock. If I go in now, the sun will be up. My day and night are getting reversed again. I could hear my circadian rhythm shattering. When I get a vacation, I need to first establish a pattern of going to bed at 9 p.m. and waking up at 9 a.m. the next day. Hyung, yeah. Can I ask you one more thing? Go ahead. Kim Rabin, while clearing the table as if he'd finished eating, cautiously opened his mouth. I think you mentioned you had amnesia, but no matter how much I think about it, I don't understand how you can remember events from that time. I suddenly remembered it while sleeping. Ah, I see. He really is a consistent guy. As soon as the news article about his reality trip episode came out, it elicited cheers from the fans. Ah, a trip. His reality show was so boring at first. But around episode 5, it got good. I only watched clips. Finally, the production team came to their senses. I heard there's a valley. It seems like the content will be them just messing around by themselves in the countryside. PP, I'm looking forward to it. And when the preview dropped, this reaction doubled. Skydiving, a haunted house, and water play. Wow, they really gathered all the crazy stuff. Monday in a haunted house. This is a winning stock, everyone. Pour in. Wow, I see they made the fan song around this time. Just seeing the part where the kids are making it is so cute and lovely. Thank you. As expected, it was led by Rabin. I'll forgive the bastards who tried to hit Rabin since they all did it together. Looks like they ate well too, so I'm relieved. This is totally my reaction. I was worried they might not be eating well, but then a whole roasted pig appeared. The fans eagerly awaited the first episode of the reality trip, which was just a few days away. And at the same time, with a slightly regretful feeling, they gathered rumors about whether there were any other variety show appearances. They also saw a post from an unverified anonymous source. The guests for this episode of R, HOE, and EAHDC. We scouted HOE, but the other side directly requested him. People are whispering that the next ratings will be good. It was a claim that VTIC's Cheong Woo was forming a variety show chemistry with Park Monday. Under this absurd claim, mocking responses, of course, poured in. What kind of dog sound is this? You're good at baking delusions, I see. Is this bastard seeing Cheong Woo and Park Monday greeting each other and creating a best friend rumor? Wow, the world has really improved since even these kinds of low-quality trolls get reactions. The fans, of course, didn't believe it and moved on. But a few days later, an official article was released. Its next guests are VTIC and Testar. According to an MBS official on the 21st, recently filmed with VTIC's Cheong Woo and his Park Monday as scheduled guests. What is this? Is it real? It was real. Shortly after, a preview video produced by was released, Chapter 91. The preview video started by quickly showing past guests. After showing appearances by a galaxy of celebrities, it showed the new guest who would top off that atmosphere. This time's guest is VTIC. Captions popped up as numerous records and activities of VTIC passed by, and one member among them was shown in a close-up. It was a famous scene of him accepting an award at an international awards ceremony. VTIC's leader, Cheong Woo, who does he want to become friends with? Immediately after, a new screen appeared. A certain day in July 202X. Cheong Woo, hello, I'm VTIC's Cheong Woo. It was a pre-meeting video showing Changwoo in casual clothes. What's your criteria for selecting the person you want to become friends with? Changwoo. Well, a fellow singer? Changwoo. Actually, I've been so focused on activities until now that I've hardly had the chance to meet other fellow singers. A small subtitle, a victim of workaholicism, appeared and then disappeared. If you had to pick just one, Changwoo Anonymous. Changwoo, actually, there is someone I've had my eye on recently. Changwoo, I think they're a bit similar to me. Changwoo's voice in the next part was censored with a beep sound. Because his mouth shape was also blurred, no clues could be gained from it. But the next moment, almost everyone guessed who Changwoo had pointed to. Because a partial close-up of the It's Me stage from was broadcast in a slightly blurry quality. Since it was already leaked through articles anyway, it seems they decided to just go with it and give a hint. Who is the similar fellow singer Changwoo pointed to? It will be revealed next week on... And the comments were already spoiled. Park Moon-dae, right? Who else could it be but Park Moon-dae? Wow. Changwoo hardly ever appears on variety shows. Finally. I look forward to the chemistry with the Hoobinim. Yeah, it's got to be the visual. The top comments were mostly in this vein. If you sorted by latest or went on SNS, you could see other stories, but anyway, the general viewer's expectations were quite high. It's because a male idol who has secured public popularity, and among them, one without any solo variety appearances, was appearing on a public broadcast variety show. Moreover, since it's the first public broadcast variety show for one of them, the fans were completely excited. Wow, Monday's solo variety. This show is really fun, and it's the kind of show where Monday will do well. I'm looking forward to it. And finally, my wish came true. One more win for the fandom. I am deeply moved. This is Young Hyung, already preparing to defend the live broadcast. You should go to sleep. There were certainly also lingering feelings from conflicts that arose because their activity periods overlapped with VTIC, or voices of dissatisfaction from individual fans within the fandom. But they couldn't gain the upper hand. That's because even the individual fans of members wanted someone to appear on public broadcast first. It was the same for the malicious individual fans, too. It's not like the company arbitrarily inserted him. He was personally requested. There's nothing to criticize. In the first place, I'm just bitter that someone got first place thanks to a backstory. Monday, just don't mess up, okay? Because our bias needs to appear later, too. I have no interest in someone's Variety X, so I'll just focus on the music. It's annoying that I have to keep watching only the group account because of this. Is only Park Monday doing public broadcast variety? Get our bias more individual schedules too, you TI bastards. The negative public opinion exchanged words to this extent, under the surface, and then quietly settled down. I wish next week Friday would come quickly. Overall, this opinion filled most related online communities, and the main person of this turmoil was now entering the filming set, filled with suspicion. This bastard is suspicious. He suddenly requested Park Monday as a variety guest without any prior contact. On top of that, while giving out concert tickets, he didn't say a single word about this variety show. It means he never even considered contacting me personally in the first place. I think he's trying to pull something. But there's no way the company would cancel a public broadcast variety show offer that just fell into their lap, especially one with good ratings like this Friday primetime variety show. Thanks to that, I was currently approaching the filming location after greeting the staff. A large wooden building came into view. This brings back bad memories. Damn wooden buildings. I sighed and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Knock, knock, knock. Just as I was knocking quite firmly, the door opened without me having to check. You must be cold. Please come in quickly. Thank you. I held back curses because of this damn setting that incorporated a midwinter sensibility, making me wander outside until my nose turned red. Since they said the inviting side decides, this bastard must have decided it. I guess it's because that guy was inside from the start, so he doesn't care. Swallowing curses that came up to my throat, I entered the building. The inside was a typical mountain lodge. It wasn't at a pension level. It definitely felt like a simple facility where hikers come and go to rest briefly. It must be for dialogue timing. I took off my shoes, put them in a corner, and muttered. I was suddenly caught in the snow and was surprised, but I'm glad there was a mountain lodge. I see. I came in early after checking the weather situation, too. That's right. The current basic setting is on the verge of being stranded in a mountain lodge during a snowfall. The reason for this absurd setting is simple. It's this program's TC is a program that scouts one celebrity and has them spend time with the celebrity they pointed to. But since healing content like that is common anyway, they picked one moderately novel element to add. It's extreme situations. The basic default setting is that the two people are isolated in some extreme situation and must ensure their safety. Of course, it's not done seriously. It's a kind of skit. It wavers between comedy and immersion. For reference, the situation that was a huge hit during the pilot was a zombie apocalypse in a condemned apartment. I heard they cast a famous actor from a magical boy drama, and judging from the few clips I saw, it seemed quite interesting. The problem is that I'm the one acting in it, and together with a male idol whose thoughts are unfathomable. Let's not get caught up in his pace. My goal is to treat him like an irritable senior, get through the filming safely, and leave. It's rare to go hiking in weather like this. It's strange we met like this. Ah, would you like some coffee? Chang-woo smiled and lifted a thermos. In his other hand, as if part of the found in the lodge setting, he held a rugged-looking coffee cup. Thank you. I accepted the coffee cup Chang-woo held out with both hands. Americano is steaming inside. It's an Americano that's steaming in a long glass. It should be hot. I acted as if I was warming my hands and then put it down. Fortunately, the inside had strong heating, so it was bearable, even in thin clothes. Now it's my turn to take the lead. I opened my mouth. Since I've received coffee, if you don't mind, shall I treat you to dinner? I brought some preserved food quite prepared. Good. The blizzard is still fierce. It seems we'll have to wait quite a while, so we should eat heartily. Yes. Looking at him pretending to look out the window, covered with a green screen, I felt a sense of absurdity about what I was doing. What am I doing, indeed? I'm working to make money. Let's not have useless thoughts. I went to the bag thrown in the corner and took out the preserved food. It wasn't something I prepared. The staff prepared it in advance. One brand name caught my eye. Simple rubble meal. Let's open something else. This one is a landmine. Thanks to you, I ate well. Don't mention it. The mealtime passed, with us just making light conversation or doing simple skits. I'll take care of the cleanup. No, we should do this kind of thing together. Is he trying to make his Hubai work to send him away? As we were cleaning up the remaining bits and containers like that, a sound effect came from outside. Rumble crash. They're really adding this sound. I was honestly surprised. Was that thunder? Chang-woo narrowed his eyes, then went to the lodge door and tried to open it slightly, but the door wouldn't open. It seems that sound just now is a landslide. It looks like snow is piled up against the door. I'll call the police for now. I picked up an old feature phone and acted out the scenario of called the police, but they said they can't come today because too much snow has fallen. Oh dear. Then let's stay in this mountain lodge for today. Yes, please take care of me. I'm the one who should say that. With this, the basic setting we were given is over. From now on, we just need to freely build the situation while keeping one or two character settings for skits in mind. That was the staff's prior explanation. So I looked for a heater and did a bit of the skit about checking the windows, then sat back down in the living room. The heater isn't working well. Who knows what problem might occur, so let's stay awake and hold out today. It's the staff's hint to create a broadcast atmosphere by staying up all night. I guess I have to do it. Given this program's format, it seems I'll have to have a sincere conversation where we can be said to be strangers. For that, it would be more fitting for the Hubai to start first in a way of seeking advice, after thinking I casually brought it up. Now that I think about it, how did you end up hiking today? I needed to sort out my thoughts, and today was the only time I had, so it ended up like this. Haha, actually, I'm a singer. Yes? Changwu continued, coughing as if embarrassed. It's a group called VTC. I wonder if you've heard of them. Please stop with this cringy setting. I gave a reaction like, of course I've heard of them, I'm a fan, and brought out my story. I also debuted recently. Really? So you're my hube? What a coincidence. Indeed. It's a situational setup with not even a pinprick of realism. I thought we were finally moving into a serious conversation, but Chang Wu, who was rubbing his hands, suddenly brought up an unexpected topic. Oh, since we have the same profession and it's a situation where we can't sleep, I just remembered a story. Yes? Would you like to hear it? Who would say no here? Yes, I'll listen carefully. It's not a story that needs such careful listening. It's just small talk. Changwu lightly tapped the wooden floor twice with his knuckles. Do you know idle ghost stories? I only heard about them recently, too. Ghost stories? Idle ghost stories? Yes. I don't know if there's a skit punchline here, but let's just play along. What are they about? What are they about? Changwu grinned. There were some idols who, one day, woke up and had returned to the past. Surprised those idols challenged themselves hard, thinking, this time, let's become successful idols without any controversy. But oddly enough, they kept getting into accidents and returning to the past again. So it's said that the idols trapped in the past eventually became ghosts. They haunt recording studios. And when idols who seem like they'll succeed are recording, they interfere and ruin the recording. While saying, I could have done it too. Changwu clapped his hands. Scary, right? Chapter 92. I made eye contact with him and hesitated slightly. I think I'll remember this every time I record from now on. Changwu waved his hand. You don't need to worry. Actually, I just made it up. I just modified an existing recording studio ghost story a bit. I see. But do you know the real recording studio ghost story? Changwu laughed a few times and spouted more nonsense. Then said he was going to the bathroom and disappeared. Damn! It was absurd. I tried hard not to make a disgusted expression. That guy definitely knows something. This bastard used a ghost story related to regression or status windows to test me. How does he know? He didn't seem completely certain. It means he hasn't directly confirmed my status. So did he deduce it just from the circumstances, based on some background knowledge? No, that's also strange. There are too many uncertainties. Pretending to fix my hair, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and decided on my next move. Soon, Changwu came back in. Good thing I brought a rechargeable electric pot. Use it with cold water. Thank you so much. I accepted the cylindrical device Changwu held out. It wasn't a thermos, but an electric pot. To think he'd say the Americano was getting cold. Marveling at the staff's attention to detail, even making it so only cold water would come out, I did what I had to do. Status window. First, I'll check that bastard status window. Based on past patterns, the traits and status ailments usually contain hints to guess what kind of person they were. No harm in checking. But the moment the pop-up appeared, a hint I didn't even expect was displayed. Changwu Shinjae-hyun. This person cannot be confirmed at this time. Required condition. Confirm the second truth. I immediately turned my body towards the bathroom to hide my agitation, and I slowly moved to the bathroom and closed the door. There was no camera inside the bathroom. Phew. But the microphone was still attached. Keeping my mouth shut, just in case I said something wrong by mistake, I checked the status window again. Required condition. Confirm the second truth. It wasn't a misreading. To check Changwu's status window, it means I need to receive the truth reward I had put on hold. Is it urging me? Or maybe it's demanding it, because that bastard Changwu is really connected to this situation. It also feels like viewing level-locked content in a game. Either way, it was hard to be sure. I'll start the status ailment again with this uncertain hint. It was insane, and that made it even more frustrating. If the purpose was to urge me, They could have used more extreme measures. What if the status window is really waving a carrot because it has a clue? Let's decide. Anyway, I can't live forever with the status ailment on hold. To be precise, my guess that the status ailment would start if I just left it like this was nothing more than wishful thinking. And no matter how much I delay this, it's 300 days. After that, I have to receive the reward. I'll take what I can get now. I didn't know how Chong-woo would act after this timing passed. It was better to call him out while we were still probing each other. Let's do it, successful first place. You have achieved first place through the public broadcast music show, I time limit, fulfilled, great success, I status ailment, die if not first place, removed, and truth confirmation, ichi, click. I slowly raised my hand and placed it over, click. And just like last time, my vision went dark. The rooftop of a building with a cold wind blowing. A man was smoking a cigarette. The smoke was scattered by the strong, cold wind. Even though he might cough from the cold air, the man didn't even blink. He just looked down with sharp, glowing eyes. A shining night view flickered. An advertisement for a brand he had once modeled for was playing on the billboard across the street. It was his group. Where did it go wrong? The man, looking at the colorful video, suddenly fell into thought. A wrong timing for a Sunbenim scandal? A concept that doesn't suit the trend? Members who lost their investors from the company who only pour in reckless money? And he reached a conclusion. It was wrong from the start. The member composition itself was wrong from the beginning. There were too many useless members. No, not useless. They were hindrances. If I had been in charge, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Only then did he feel relieved. He hadn't lived wrong. Emotions, tears, those are only used when you're trying to deceive. People want to sit when they stand and lie down when they sit. Personal circumstances, unavoidable stories, they're all just excuses made with the mouth and used to deceive others. Feeling relieved, he felt refreshed inside. The man grinned and stubbed out the remaining cigarette butt in the ashtray. And then, just like that, he stepped over the railing. A step. With the sound of kicking off the railing, the man fell from the high-rise building down to the road. But when the man came to his senses, he opened his eyes in a small room of a house. What? The old cell phone he picked up reflected the face of a boy on its screen, and it was himself before he became Chong-woo. Huff! I came to my senses, gasping for breath, and immediately turned on the water. Splash. With a splashing sound, cold water poured out. I immediately splashed water on my face. It was similar to the Park Moon-dae incident. This composition of looking into someone else's past from a third-person perspective. And this bastard was definitely Chong-woo. This son of a bitch. So this bastard also came back to the past. It seems he came back after pushing out his competition and building his career perfectly. While the thought that he was the one who fit the hellish regression plot made me laugh, a question arose first. So that's why I couldn't check his status window. Because if I could check it with the status window, the truth reward would be meaningless. No, more than that, why is this even considered a reward? In the case of Park Monday's past, it was directly related to my circumstances, so I could understand. But what does it matter to me what Chong-woo did, that they grandly give it as a reward? It must be a hint related to the status ailment. The arising anger only subsided after I stuck my head under the cold water for a long time. And I finally managed to draw a rational conclusion. It must mean I can get a hint. If I can get information from another experiencer of this strange supernatural phenomenon, I can definitely understand how the situation is unfolding. In that sense, it seems this status window is giving hints step by step, like progressing through a game. However, die if not Rookie of the Year. If you do not receive the Rookie of the Year award at the most authoritative domestic awards ceremony within the set period, you will die. Remaining period 5. Seeing it pull this kind of shit again, it also seems like it just wants me to suffer. But this time, it's a bit better. As long as a Rookie of the Year award happens this year, it seems achievable. Although I'm concerned about the standard for that damn authoritative, well, looking at the candidates. With our objective results, there's absolutely no way we'll fall behind. In a trend like now where it's hard to secure public popularity, it's impossible for any rookie debuting in the second half to surpass from getting a public broadcast first place was actually harder. Having calmed down a bit, I wiped the water from my face. Then, holding the pot I received from Chiang Wu, I walked out of the bathroom. I used it well, thank you very much. No need for thanks, I'm just glad it was useful. I returned the pot and sat across from Chiang Wu, and I took out some snacks from my bag and handed them over. Since we have to stay awake, how about having something sweet, if you don't mind? Thank you. Chiang Wu immediately accepted it, but only made a show of opening it and didn't eat. I can't tell if he's managing his diet or being wary. While pretending to rummage through my bag, I checked Chiang Wu's status window again. This time it worked properly. Name, Chiang Wu Shin Jae-hyun. Singing, B+, B+, dance, S+, visual, A+, trait. Cold, judgment, AMA, status ailment. Regression, inactive. He's insane. His stats are at a damn veteran level. My eyes automatically went there, even though I planned to check the traits first. I swallowed a dry mouth. But his potential isn't infinite, it seems. My vague expectation that all stats limits would be EX was wrong. Anyway, let's get a grip and look at what I originally intended to check. First, the trait. Cold judgment. I tell you, valuable things are rare. Trash is everywhere. Human resource judgment, 150%. A talent fit for a businessman. If the truth vision I just saw was real, it could be a talent he gained after reflecting on his life before death. However, the concerning point is that there's only one trait. There was no trait slot or anything. The difference from me was quite clear. Anyway, let's move on. Next is the status ailment. Regression. Inactive. Let's try again. Upon failure, return to the beginning. I got goosebumps, and I recalled the conversation from earlier. Surprised, those idols challenged themselves hard, thinking this time, let's become successful idols without any controversy. But oddly enough, they kept getting into accidents and returning to the past again. The idol ghost story he told earlier was his own story. Don't tell me, if you fail to remove the DIFL type status ailment, you return to when the status window first appeared. It was a chilling deduction. However, this status ailment was in an inactive state. That alone was a huge harvest. It implies there's a way to deactivate it. The organization is done for now. Next is additional investigation. I put down the snack and stared at Chung Woo again. Are you done checking the snack? Yes, nothing special. Haha, do you still feel unsure? As expected, that bastard doesn't know much about me. He just took a shot in the dark. Then, since I have the upper hand in terms of information, it's my turn to probe now. It's the dealer's turn. Oh, Sunbenim, would it be okay if I seek your advice? Of course. I'm not sure if I can give good advice. Do you have a concern? Yes, it's just that I wonder, how did you Sunbenim start with your team members? Start, you say? I brought the now cold coffee and deliberately took a slow sip. And then I continued speaking slowly. Since our team's formation process was unique, I think we certainly have a strong sense of solidarity in that regard. I'm curious how it is for other groups. And is that so? Yes, what process did you, VTIC, Sunbenim, go through to debut together? Clearly in the truth vision, this guy pointed to the members as the fundamental cause of VTIC's failure. This bastard definitely replaced the members in the middle. I don't know what method a mere trainee used, but it's an almost certain guess, because the current VTIC is living well as a top group without major controversies. That's an interesting question. Chung Woo smiled and lifted the snack I gave him. Crunch. With the sound, the nuts and dried fruit disappeared into his mouth. I waited for his answer with a serious face, unmoving. Now, show some agitation. Chapter 93. Changwoo first started peeling the nuts. Where should I start? I'm listening. I first straightened my posture. Because on broadcast, I needed to appear as a rookie idol, respectfully seeking advice from his sunbenim. Changwoo smiled emptily and made some hollow remarks about making myself comfortable. And only after confirming that changing the topic wasn't going well, did he finally start answering. We met as a team in the dorm, and since everyone had good personalities, we became close quickly. Then followed the standard answer about how everyone worked hard even during debut. It was simple, but it was also the narrative people expected from idols. I can't let it end blandly like this. I feel very drawn to my members now, but it seems Changwoo Sunbenim also got along well with your team Sunbenim from the very start. I downed the remaining bit of coffee in one shot. Since it was the settled part at the bottom, the strong taste really woke me up. Strangers who knew nothing about each other met as a team, and they all got along without fighting. It's a truly amazing and wonderful thing. They must all be good people, but I think it's also because Changwoo Sunbenim demonstrated great capability as a leader. I'm really envious. Appropriate flattery is typical rookie talk. I didn't cross the line enough to seem like I was putting down the other members. But the underlying meaning would have been conveyed to Changwoo. You use some method to pick only the most efficient members that fit the concept perfectly and form the team. I know it too. Sure enough, Changwoo was looking straight at me. Is that so? Yes. That's embarrassing. It wasn't really that great of a feat. Not at all. It's amazing. Is that so? Thank you. Now he should have grasped the situation. This is also the first time I'm having this kind of conversation in a place like this, so I don't know how it was. It was helpful. Thank you. Don't mention it. By now, it should be clear who's feeling unsatisfied. I finished the conversation there. Well, then, shall we relax a bit? Yes, thank you. After that, the typical Mountain Lodge stranded skit continued. The ongoing landslide and the broken heating, and even the disturbing news coming from the radio found in the storage room. Well, I think I immersed myself decently enough. Looks like I'll have to defend the live broadcast later. Like that, without any issues, the filming wrapped up the next morning. As soon as filming ended, it started to rain. It was a downpour. You've worked hard! While diligently greeting everyone around, I took out my smartphone as suggested by the production staff. And I made a video call. Ring, 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 click! Soon enough, a familiar face appeared on the screen. It's Big Seijin. Why did I call Ryu Changwoo, but you show up first? Park Monday? Is it a call from Monday Hyung? After a clattering sound, the screen was filled with the guys. I see they were told to all appear together no matter who calls. It was also because the production team had previously requested that appear briefly as a group if possible. They originally planned to include it in the main filming, but it was impossible timing-wise, so it seemed this would be used as a cookie video-like shortcut for the ending. So filming's over? Yeah, I'm about to head back now. Be careful on your way. Oh, okay. Be careful. Buy snacks on your way back. It's even raining, and they're making such shameless requests. I was going to ignore them, but remembering the camera, I replied to Big Seijin as amiably as possible. Why don't you buy some, so we can eat when I get back? Oh, Monday's good at comebacks. Yeah. Perhaps they were also conscious of the camera as they laughed it off roughly. I exchanged a few more trivial pleasantries and soon ended the video call. I had already received a text from the manager saying he'd be slightly delayed due to the sudden heavy rain. For reference, he's finally the new manager I got a while ago. He's apparently even younger than me. Mr. Monday, aren't you going in? Sunbenim. I bowed my head slightly to Changwoo, who was passing by. I could feel a few staff members glancing our way. My manager said he's running late, so I'm waiting. I guess it's because of the rain. Then lunch will be late too. How about having a meal before heading back? Yeah, Mr. Monday, let's eat and go. We should really have a company dinner, but we can't because we were wrapping up due to the rain. A writer passing by chimed in cheerfully. They praised me earlier, saying I did well. So it seems their impression of Park Monday has been formed quite positively. Thank you for making it easy for me. Then I'll gratefully accept. Good. Changwoo brought his car, and I explained the situation to my manager and received permission to eat separately. I had no afternoon schedule anyway. I'll just go straight to sleep as soon as I get back. In the midst of my happy imagination, Changwoo finished parking the car. If I crash it, it'll probably cost him an arm and a leg. Get in. Thank you. I immediately got in the passenger seat. Click. As soon as I closed the door and fastened my seatbelt, the car started moving. Changwoo didn't wait any longer. I don't like wasting time. Let's cut the nonsense and get straight to the point. What year did you come from? You first, Sunbinim. Ha! Changwoo laughed, but then stopped abruptly. Is he mentally unstable? Is he suddenly switching to informal speech and cackling? I need to keep checking if he's at least paying attention to the road. I started paying attention to both the conversation and the road. Anyway, it's practically a situation where he confessed with his own mouth. My point in time has already passed, so there's no benefit for me. I was thinking of hearing a bit about the future from you. I also have no benefit in telling you, Sunbenim. What? I was a civil service exam student. Changwoo seemed speechless and was silent for a moment, then let out a sigh as if deflated. And as if lowering his guard a bit, he spoke in a slightly more relaxed voice. There's no common ground. What does a civil service exam student have to do with idols? If I don't do it, I'll die. Ah, it's reached that point for you too. I felt a slight sense of incongruity. When did you come back, Sunbinim? I tried to send someone away but failed, so I died and came back. Send someone away, you say? To their debut song. Anyway, they were just useless kids who set up a personal studio as soon as their 3-year contract was up. Changwoo laughed and lightly tapped the steering wheel. I'd rather be driving. The problem is that Park Mun-dae doesn't have a license. It's a frustrating situation on its own. Anyway, I definitely felt it from that conversation. This guy can't see the status window. The fact that he only realized the death status ailment after dying and returning means this guy doesn't have a guide like the status window attached to him. So that's why he couldn't fill 3 trait slots. He literally started from scratch. Of course, being an idol from the start and returning as himself is more advantageous than me. What timing did you die? It seems like you probably died after failing to debut in an audition. If I tell a bold lie here, the conversation will just get twisted. If this guy gets suspicious and starts mixing in lies, it'll be troublesome for me too. I'll tell the truth. I haven't died yet. Is that so? Then how did you find out? I just knew that I'd die if I didn't achieve the goal within the time limit. Changwoo stared ahead silently for a moment, then muttered quietly, "Lucky bastard." In the rearview mirror, I could see the Changwoo's eyes, only his pupils moving, staring at me sharply. Honestly, it was creepy. Isn't now the golden age? You're living the main character's basic life. You think it's a basic life when you might die every time you ask about the deadline? Oh, right. There would be that difference in perspective. Changwoo suddenly continued in a lighter tone. That thing, I think it's a kind of penalty. Yes? If you fail at something you feel you should do, you die. Honestly, isn't it bearable since we came back to the past? I really don't get it. Is this guy just crazy? Has he gone mad rationalizing the situation as a defense mechanism? But Changwoo immediately provided a sensible reason. A very surprising reason. According to my calculations, it seems like it's given as a base number of times plus the number of years you've returned that thing. It implies the status ailment has an end, so that's why that guy's was inactive. Let's calculate assuming this is true. Then, since I came back 3 years, 4 times, and I've already finished 2 of them. Hope sparkled. Of course, how much this guy can be trusted is another matter. Still, satisfied that I at least have a clue, let's ask about the next thing that was on my mind. But how did you know that I returned to the past? I just knew? He's deliberately mimicking my words. It seems he wants me to speak first. I sighed inwardly, but I can't talk about the status window right now. This guy is usually level-headed, but it seems he's a bit crazy when it comes to this supernatural situation. Let's not push any further for today. Anyway, in many ways, it was good to meet you, Hubainim. It was a beneficial experience. Yes, Sunbainim, thank you. Contact me if you have any questions. Thank you. After that, we had a quiet meal at a decent Korean restaurant, and I returned to the dorm. Finally. Setting up boundaries while reading the situation was damn exhausting. When I opened the front door and went in, the guys who had no afternoon schedule popped out from here and there, waving as they passed by. The guy's here. Ah, how was the variety show? Go, good work. It was okay, thank you. Wow, these guys are getting cheeky. They say you grow fond of people you see often, and it seems they've gotten comfortable seeing me every day. I grabbed Big Sejin, who was brushing his teeth, and asked, "The snacks?" Haha, you actually believe that, Monday? Of course not. But somehow, I went with the flow and asked. Of course, the result was as expected, but surprisingly, Big Sejin pointed to the refrigerator. Check it out and pick 2 things you want to eat. I bought them from the convenience store. My prediction was wrong. I shrugged. Thanks. Don't mention it, but originally it was 3 per person, but since you landed a solo variety show, I deducted 1. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. Just kidding, it was 2 from the start. Is this guy crossing the line a bit lately? At that moment, my smartphone rang. This is now from Vitik Chongwoo Sunbinim. Contact me if it seems like you'll die. Suddenly, Big Sejin's antics seemed trivial. Anyway, he's much better than that guy. Yes, I understand, thank you. After sending a brief reply, I headed straight to bed right after washing up, snacks forgotten. You're here? Yes, nothing much happened. Nothing happened? Going to sleep? Yes, I'm tired from being on edge. Is it okay if I close the curtains? Sure. After a short conversation with Lee Si-jin, I closed the thick blackout curtains with effort and started my daytime sleep because I had monitoring to do in the evening. So let's live life test. Episode 6. The reality trip episode was airing today, chapter 94. Did you sleep well? Yes, did you sleep well? Yes, I feel refreshed. I spoke informally for once, taking a long nap during the day, and then showering left my body feeling really good. Look here and smile. Big Sejin took a picture of the guys gathering stealthily in the living room. For upload? Yes. Since he seems to add good filters on his own, I didn't worry. Instead, I took out my smartphone to monitor the real-time reactions. It's slow. Since I got the cheapest of the budget models, maybe the daily usage time was too long, as it wasn't running smoothly. Well, I don't have the money to change it now, so let's not think about it. Anyway, the SNS timeline was bustling with people waiting for the main broadcast. Ah, it's starting. Cha Yu-jin, the reality show's on. Yes, the broadcast started with Cha Yu-jin jumping up while holding a large bag of snacks in the kitchen. The first to appear was preparing to leave and chatting. Ryu Chungwoo. Is this much luggage okay? Cha Yu-jin. I love trips. Big Sejin. We'll have a good trip. A little while later, and then the sight of the small plane for skydiving flying away leisurely appeared. The camera quickly panned down, showing standing blankly on the rural ground below, holding their shoes. PD Jang. Do you see that small plane up there? PD Jang. You'll get on that and jump out. Shocked. Above the stunned, a huge question mark appeared. The cause of this situation? Immediately after the screen showed the dorm, is a dorm the day before. A giant note saying, "Congratulations." This is an first place commemorative trip on the messy temporary floor received a spotlight CG, and a subtitle was also added. The cause of this situation. After that, what experience was shown almost exactly as it happened. Cha Yu-jin. A trip. It means that the scenes of him being excited, shouting, "A trip," then being baffled upon finding out it was extreme, were captured humorously and well. Of course, the biggest laugh came from noticing the production team's manipulation. Again, dang, extreme trip. Again, dang, extreme trip. An interview was attached. Park Monday, suspicious naming. I saw the staff whispering when it stopped. It seemed unnatural. Park Monday, A unjustly suspected naming. But I didn't think it would really be true, speechless. Lee Se-jin, oh, added an A from the main building. Even didn't manipulate things? Lee Se-jin's comment is so funny. Even didn't manipulate things. It's clearly a sincere remark, lol. So the heartwarming moments until now were to gain momentum for the trip episode. No, Monday's stats are really extreme. What he's good at, he's really good at, and what he's bad at, he's really bad at, lol. Examples of things he's bad at. Cooking. Drawing. I'll watch one more today. I'm so excited for the haunted house, I might die. Why? Are you looking forward to the things I'm bad at? Anyway, the on-screen received skydiving training diligently and boarded the small plane, focused. During this process, the members' attitudes received a lot of attention. Raybin is praying fervently. Kim Raybin, this is completely safe. I am safe. Seon. Ah Hyun is unexpectedly strong-hearted. Didn't even blink, lol. I don't understand the scared kids, but I'll comfort them. This point is really funny, lol. But they all try so hard, even at things like this. Kids, if it seems hard, you can just refuse. This isn't a survival show. Suddenly, my heart feels Hyo Chang-woo looks really good jumping. Even the instructor praised him. Yeah, they just got on and jumped, so the preparation footage wasn't much. However, when landing, they received a subtitle and composite puppy landing. And the black corgi jumping down was inserted as a semi-transparent CG. Puppy. Stop it. And stop hitting the sofa, the reality show production team. If they don't have editing material, they just fill it with puppies, huh? Where on earth did they even find that kind of video footage? Anyway, the fans also watched it enjoyably and found it fun. But judging by the occasional reactions popping up asking for the Tibetan fox instead, it seems that one interview from Big Se-jin really has lasting power. Big Se-jin. The feeling of flying in the sky? It's an experience you can't easily have. I liked it. Cha Yujin. I want to do it again. Kim Raybin. Once I actually jumped, there was a refreshing sense of liberation. Perhaps to recover from the shock of the multi-talented skydiving, the interviews inserted were mostly composed of favorable comments. And next was PD Jang. Then everyone from now will assign the teams to enter the invitation to horror. That damn extreme horror experience. Big Se-jin. We have bad memories about making teams. Kim Raybin. Let's all enter together. The fans laughed and enjoyed completely unconvincing remarks. The bad memories drip. PTSD here? Just how scary is it? I've been waiting for this. Kids, go in scared. Turning off comments. And as these people wished, the sight of exploring the haunted house aired. But somehow, our team's screen time was the most. It must be because it's a team of 3. If I don't think that, I'd be too embarrassed to watch. A Big Se-jin. Oh, hi. Cha Yujin. Park Mun-dae. Calm. He moves around so well, why attach such a caption? As I was watching the screen sullenly, Big Se-jin and Cha Yujin clapped and laughed. That's right, I really thought you were calm. You looked soulless, as Cha Yujin knows advanced words like soulless. It wasn't to that extent. Really? Big Se-jin grinned. Just tell me one thing you said when that person appeared. Did I say something? You don't remember, right? You don't know, right? That's because you were too calm. Saying I should thank him for the scene where the audio didn't leak, Big Se-jin cackled. Look there! It's coming out now. When I looked up, I saw the staff member running down the hallway on screen. He was truly screaming, "Beard!" Isn't that right? Big Se-jin asked triumphantly. But immediately after, Cha Yujin and Big Se-jin on screen started screaming even louder. Adjusted volume. Oh, it was because of these guys. Amidst this, the broadcast was highlighting Big Sejin's quiet achievements with a compilation edit. Does everything that needs to be done even while scared. Huh? Found it? Exploration progression. Big Sejin. Found alone. Hey, Big Sejin is kinda good. Did you see him just now, turning the doorknob the right way? What? He just enjoys being scared too. His exploration skills are amazing. Competence personified. Oh, Monday was completely frozen. So cute, our naming. I couldn't even make a sound. He's completely stunned. When I turned my head, Big Seijin was smiling brightly. Wow, Big Seijin shortened the escape time. As expected, it's best to have Monday be the calm one. It would be difficult professionally, but I wish I could just hit that bastard's head once. The invitation to horror ended by briefly revealing the backstory during the broadcast. The identity of the photo took is the storyline combining a classic Western haunted houses from the 20th century with human sacrifice was quite creepy. Ah, so that's why there was an altar there. That's so sad. People's emotions are all different, but let's move on. Anyway, trip part 1 concluded with the scene of them feasting on the whole roasted pig. Since it's now almost a given that even the staff meals are covered in things like this, that aspect was also efficiently and well incorporated. It's good to see them eating well, kids. Wow, a whole pig's head is disappearing. Aren't they managing their diet? They always eat so much meat. Anyway, all members are mutant humans. You should manage your stone-like eyes. Please do a W live. The last one is an opinion worth considering. Now the reality show is also ending next week. Episode 7 is effectively the end, and Episode 8 seems to be a special compilation of highlights with a subtitle like Director's Cut. Considering that most idol reality shows end within 4 episodes, this one was stretched out to an absurd level. It happened because, riding the momentum of finale, a huge drama aired on another cable channel at the same time slot, leaving Tynette's schedule empty. It's almost longer than our active promotion period. Now, this week is the last for music shows, too. The debut album activities can practically be considered over. Should we do a U Live to commemorate the end of promotions? I went back to the bedroom and tentatively accessed SW Live account, and I was slightly surprised. The last live broadcast was just a few hours ago. Test. But the video length was 1 minute and 2 seconds. I had no idea what he could have done in that time. Since I didn't hear any commotion, it probably wasn't an accident, but I didn't know what happened. Who was it? The most likely candidate was Big Seijin, of course. But there's no way that guy would only do it for 1 minute. I clicked on the black thumbnail. A dark screen appeared along with some white noise, and a moment later, thump thump, the screen was filled with footsteps, like this. Huh? The video ended there. It's Seona Hyun. It seems he was practicing because he was clumsy with it and accidentally started a real live broadcast. Looking at the comments, everyone was saying it was cute and going crazy. There were also many making happy guesses that he would reorganize and go live again later. But something felt a bit off. With his personality, you'd think he'd have uploaded an apology on SNS by now. When I accessed the SNS account a few times today, I didn't see any trace of that. Anyway, since I was planning to try a W Live, I should bring it up. It's easier to manage with 1 or 2 people rather than doing it alone. If a motivated guy brings it up, my burden will lessen. I first went to the next room and knocked on the door. Can I come in? Yeah. The door opened quickly. Kim Rabin was probably still in the living room. Only Seona Hyun was in the room. What? But why does he look so nervous? He was always a bit like that, but it's way past the time to be this awkward, just because I talked to him. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've heard Seona Hyun speak today. Lately, he had become much more talkative. His attitude and tone have regressed to the level of the early days. Is something wrong with you? And no, Seon Ah-hyun shook his head hastily. Aigu, you're breaking out in a cold sweat right now. If you don't want to tell me, at least talk to Chungwoo Hyung or the manager Hyung. Jay, just a moment. Seon Ah-hyun, still sweating cold sweat, opened his mouth with difficulty. I made a mistake. The W live? Why, you saw it. Yeah, I saw it by accident. But what? There was no problem. I told him everyone was happy in the comments, but Seon Ah-hyun shook his head heavily. It wasn't an accident. Seon Ah-hyun swallowed hard. I did it on purpose, but then I got scared. I was too scared. Chapter 95. I summarized Seon Ah-hyun's difficult explanation. So, you tried to go live just to say hello, but suddenly got scared and quit, is that it? Yeah. Seon Ah-hyun had his head bowed as if he were a criminal. Standing there slumped by the door was kind of funny. What part scared you? But people! I thought they'd hate it. If they hated it, they wouldn't tune in. They cursed. Huh. They cursed in the real-time comments? Seon Ah-hyun nodded his head vigorously. Probably some damn bastard went in without even an alarm set and started spouting nonsense. I don't know why there are so many people who dedicate their lives to hurting others. It's tiresome. Anyway, Seon Ah-hyun definitely received absurd levels of curses even when he was eliminated from... He endured it well back then. But what broke him this time was probably the fact that the things recorded during the fan meeting became an issue. The comments appearing in real time also seems to have had an effect. It must have felt like hearing them directly in front of him. I patted his shoulder and spoke. Even if this wasn't your job, you can't only meet people who like you. Someone will dislike me. And there will also be people who just enjoy cursing others. Of course it feels bad. It's something that can be scary. But if it's scary enough to make you quit, don't you think it's better to get some help? Wouldn't it be good to get counseling now? We're finishing up promotion soon. I'm Fahin. Why is he being so stubborn? I narrowed my eyes. You just seem like you don't want to get counseling. I was useless. Seon Ah-hyun tightly shut his eyes. Yeah, before my stuttering, I fixed it, and then now I'm like this again. I'm useless. Seon Ah-hyun hung his head deeply. I have to live like this forever. What kind of extreme talk is this now? Maybe you just met a quack? Quack. And it's not that you have to fix your stuttering. I meant it would be better if you had less to worry about. If you don't believe me, should we ask the other Hyungs and take a vote? Fortunately, he didn't seem to have much trauma regarding this, so I investigated the opinions of the other members below Seon Ah-hyun's anxious gaze. First, Ryu Chang-woo. I can't speak carelessly, but for anything, rehabilitation is good to do consistently. Don't give up until you get a conclusion. I think it's a good idea. Yes. Next, Big Seijin and Kim Raebin. They were looking at fan song comments in the living room. Of course, you should see another doctor. If you tell the company, they'll probably introduce you to a famous doctor. There are many people who worked at other agencies. I think you can't generalize based on one case experienced beforehand. I think you need to compare and analyze at least 5 to gain reliability. I see. Cha Yu-jin, who was in the kitchen, didn't really understand the word quack. After explaining the meaning, I asked again. Drop the quack. Meet a new doctor. Although it felt like summarizing the fun points of a daily drama, it was simple and effective. Finally, I turned to Lee Seijin, who was lying on his bed. An unexpectedly serious answer came back. Doctors are all different. Some you feel comfortable talking to about these things, and some are good. It's good to do it in a way where you change quickly if it doesn't fit. It's not like I've experienced it a lot, either. And after thinking for a moment, Lee Seijin added quietly, try it. Yes. It was unexpected support fire. Okay, the investigation is over. I crossed my arms and asked again. Well? This time, Seon Ah-hyun seemed to have made up his mind a bit, fidgeting as he thought, and soon, with his 2 fists clenched, he said, I'll to tell them right after promotions end. Is that so? Okay. Huh. Then send a message to your parents right now. What? I figured he'd keep putting it off until the next schedule came up. I sat there and waited until Seon Ah-hyun contacted his parents himself and informed them about the counseling plan. Seon Ah-hyun, perhaps because he said it himself, eventually picked up his phone and sent a text, and his parents sent a reply instantly. Like that, Seon Ah-hyun's counseling schedule was successfully set. You did well. I He had a dazed expression, unsure what was happening. I patted his back once and returned to my room. And that evening, I received an unexpected thank you call from Seon Ah-hyun's parents. It seems Seon Ah-hyun had told them I persuaded him. Was that necessary? It was a bit embarrassing. I just told them you suggested it. Maybe he felt pressured, as after a few sounds of him clearing his throat, another thank you followed. It's nothing, I just brought it up. Even so, later from what I gathered in passing, it seems Seon Ah-hyun had heard a few pessimistic remarks right after his elimination. Things like, "You'll keep living like that." It was definitely probably at school I could bet my meager savings on it. So peer relationships were the problem after all. Anyway, I made appropriate excuses and ended the call with Seon Ah-hyun's parents. Sigh, what a day. Leaning my arms on the balcony railing to cool down after the call, I felt the cold air. Odd and cool. The long group life was ending like that. The last music broadcast ended well without any major issues. Everyone seems to like shorts. Yeah, they're comfortable to move in. They're good. I liked them too because they were cool. Big Sejin, who had a kneeling move at the end, might have had different thoughts, I suppose. Hello, stay. This is Monday, puppy emoji. This is today's outfit. After uploading the last group photo to SNS, it really felt like the first round of activities was over. We're on vacation starting tomorrow. I'm so excited. I can go down to my hometown for the first time in a while. At Ryu Chang-woo's words, everyone's expressions became lively. That's right. The company gave us a vacation as promised, a whole week. For those who live in the provinces, going down, eating, and resting will be perfect. Still, this is pretty good. While preparing for music shows, I heard from others that some agencies don't give any break at all and just push them to prepare for the next album. And as soon as finished the advertisement shoot that evening, we packed our bags and headed home one by one. Then I'll see you all after the break. See ya. Let's see each other in good health. Life. Amidst that, Seon Ah-hyun, who was going for counseling, seemed noticeably nervous, disappearing while fidgeting. Click. Clatter. The front door closed. Like that, I was left alone in the dorm. It's freedom. Just the thought of using this spacious place quietly by myself and spending the week already fills me with energy. Feeling relieved, I let out a long sigh and lay down on the sofa. I'll lie down for a bit first, then get up, eat, and then do some detailed monitoring. I thought that, and then fell fast asleep. And that evening, waking up in the living room, I realized something was wrong with my condition. I couldn't move properly. It was exactly the same state I experienced after the first. I'd come down with a severe fever. Damn. It was even worse. It felt like my brain was boiling. At first I tried to do something, but soon realized it wasn't that kind of situation. How was even watching TV difficult? With a heavy hand, I turned off the TV that was playing a YouTube video. I was trying to monitor the episode 1 preview of that I filmed with Chang-woo, but I couldn't even focus. I have no idea what's going on. My head aches dully. Let's check my temperature. Beep. This is insane. I rummaged through the first aid kit and found a painkiller fever reducer, and took it for now. It tastes damn strong. But after a while, the pain subsided a bit. Then I became capable of more productive thought. The manager's on vacation, too. It wasn't serious enough to contact the company yet. It's just a problem that surfaced due to accumulated fatigue from pushing my body to its limit. For now, I need to recuperate and drink water during the break. I'm on break anyway, but being forced to rest isn't very enjoyable. It's a pity, but there's no choice. Let's prepare food for when I'm hungry while I still have energy. I roughly made some instant rice and side dishes, ate a few bites, and then lay down on the bed. and I started monitoring while I still had a bit of energy. First, the stage fan cams. The individual fan cams of the comeback stage uploaded on Music Bank were already flooded with views. It seemed like a quiet competition had started among individual fans. M-Bomb Fan Cam, Testar, Moonday Magic Boy, 112M views. I've also passed 1 million views. There was a reward for the hard work. Smiling faintly, I clicked on the video. Look at our genius cutie, who now dances so well too. Let's all follow Moon's orders. Monday, yeah. You practice in your sleep, right? Are you going to do it without sleeping like you did in... I'm worried. You need to rest well and eat well. Wow, he's really good. Is this the power of first place? The details and the movements of his hands and feet are a bit different. What kind of practice did you do, Moon Myung-si? It just happened naturally because we all did it together. Because I have no basics. But it feels good. I guess even with all this talk about work-life balance, you end up pouring your life into work. There were many comments in English, but my head wasn't working properly, so they didn't register. I moved on to the next item for now. I do this periodically, but it's a task I couldn't do much recently because there were so many other things. Let's search for Park Monday on SNS. Like last time, videos, photos, and fan tweets were plastered everywhere. Honestly, it doesn't feel real that so many people are interested in me, Link, but there's fun in looking through them one by one. I slowly scrolled down the timeline, seeing what people were talking about. While doing so, I found some peculiar ones too. Park Monday, Testar. Monday, Idol Inc. Park Monday. Please go blonde again. You damn black hair doesn't suit you at all. Please go blonde. Why did you dye it and then go back to black hair? Just dye your hair and eyebrows. Black. Please go blonde. The strong desire for me to find this by searching powerfully emanated from the screen. Below it, people asking why they're writing this and others fighting were busy. I give up. I couldn't help but laugh. For the next album, maybe we should hold a vote to change my hair color. Next is... Did I just say that out loud? Blinking my eyes, I looked at the smartphone screen. It seemed blurry. My head hurt. It felt like all my energy was draining away. Fuck. This is damn hard, really. With a hazy mind, I stumbled to the bed. I don't know. I'll feel better after a nap. My thoughts stopped there. My body felt heavy. I must have been pressed down by a sleep paralysis demon. I heard a voice. Monday, yeah? Yeah, Park Monday. In an instant, my mind snapped back to awareness. Chapter 96. A face was always visible through the gap in the door. Big Seijin, you look like you have a really high fever. I couldn't be sure, but Big Seijin probably had a worried expression. I suppressed a few false coughs and answered, Yeah, I took some medicine. You shouldn't just rely on medicine. You should go to the hospital. Should I call the company for you? It's not like it's some serious illness. I'm fine, it's just a cold. Big Seijin clicked his tongue. Why suffer when you can get better? Just go get an IV drip or something and come back. Get some strong prescribed medicine, too. It was annoying, but honestly, it was a bit tempting. The company would probably cover that much, right? Since it's a subsidiary of a large corporation, I'd hoped they'd treat this as an occupational disease. Then I realized the current situation. The manager Hyung is off today. You can just call a taxi, just throw on some clothes. A taxi was an option. I hadn't thought of that. I stared at Big Seijin, who was finishing his call, and barely managed to derive a rational question. Why is your commute here? Why are you at the dorm when you should be at work? I had something to pick up, so I stopped by the company for a bit. My place is near here. He had something to pick up at the company? What did you pick up? Is that important right now? Whatever, just go change your clothes. The taxi will be here soon. Okay. I slowly got up, threw the blanket off my body, and roughly pulled on a hoodie. I was a bit dizzy, so it took some effort. Need help? Got it. This should be fine, right? I just need to put on a mask to cover my face. Here, put this on. He's scarily perceptive. I put the mask over my ears and admitted it willingly. Thanks. Don't mention it. Let's go. Big Seijin shook his head side to side and checked his smartphone. The taxi says it's nearby. Let's go down. Should we go to the main gate? It's coming this way. Follow me. Seeing this, it doesn't feel like he's just seeing me off, but that he's coming with me. I can just go by myself and come back. Imagine if you collapse on the way by yourself and what the driver would do. I admit defeat. Let's go. Yeah. I kept my mouth shut and followed Big Sajin down, getting into the taxi. Holding back the nausea with a hazy mind, we arrived at the hospital in no time. Feeling much better, right? Yeah, I answered cheerfully. I don't know what's in the IV drip, but after getting 2 bags of different liquids, my condition improved significantly. It was just a cold worth sleeping off. Besides, since it was a large hospital and its location meant quite a few celebrities visited, it was very convenient that it ended quietly. You should go eat and take your medicine. You won't find another friend like me. Yeah, thanks. Don't mention it. Big Sajin shrugged and opened the dorm's front door. Then a pile of boxes stacked high came into view. These weren't just ordinary delivery boxes. Wrapped in ivory-colored paper with dark green ribbons, these differently sized boxes were... they already brought them. I asked Big Sajin quietly. Is it your birthday? Huh? If you're talking about these, you found out while searching? Big Sajin laughed brightly. Yeah, my birthday is the day after tomorrow, August 1st. So, the thing he had to pick up at the company was that pile of presents. I knew he was the type to get excited starting a week before his birthday. I didn't know he wouldn't even mention it. If I hadn't barely remembered skimming past it on SNS a while ago, I would have just passed off that pile of gifts as debut anniversary support. Anyway, the birthday boy was nonchalant. Since my birthday falls in the middle of our vacation, I wanted to unpack the inspo presents first. You have to see these things on the day to feel good, right? That's true, and congratulations. Okay, I'll send you a congratulatory message and a gift coupon on your birthday. I'll satisfy you with chicken at least. I let out a small laugh. You've already paid for your chicken today. Huh. Hearing that, I might even spring for 2. What? Big Sajin grinned, then turned around and walked back, picking up one of the large boxes. How about some ribs as a bonus? Rib? Where did that suddenly come from? I was worried about a friend staying alone in the dorm, so I brought these for my birthday spread, see? Say, wouldn't it look bad if it gets known? Big Sajin, who brought ribs for his teammate during vacation. Spread it as a good story if it gets out. So, thankful you're speechless? I get it. It's possible. Big Sajin waved his hand and headed back towards the entrance. I'm going to go in now. Make sure to take care of your health during the break. Make sure to heat up the ribs before eating. Will you take an inspo photo of the gift for me? Away. What kind of fool? I already took one at the company. Big Sajin disappeared after leaving a final warning to go to the hospital again if I got sick. I guess I should write this kind of thing down too. I rarely had anyone to rely on when I was sick before, and it was mostly just annoying, so this time felt quite new. It's comfortable having someone to help. I should really buy him chicken on Big Sajin's upcoming birthday. It's worth that much on my day off. Well, then I should take my medicine and get back to monitoring. Ding! A message arrived on my smartphone. Seon Hyun. Moondea. Are you enjoying your break? I just finished my first counseling session. It seems like a good field, so I think I'll really give it my all this time. I felt like I had to send you a thank you message, so I'm contacting you. Nothing has changed. Still, I'm grateful she didn't post it in the group chat. I tapped see more. To summarize, she was thankful and asked if I had any plans to meet up during the break. Nope. I sent a reply saying, congratulations on receiving counseling. I'm not feeling well, so I plan to rest. And when I went to take my medicine after throwing myself onto the sofa, the unread messages at the main screen had multiplied to 5. Moreover, there were a ton of notifications from the group chat. Checking it, it seemed Big Sajin had already blabbed everything about today's events in the group chat. Cha Yu-jin, get well soon, Hyung, crying basic emoji. Ryu Chang-woo, I guess that's what happens when you rest after working hard. Let me know if it's too much. Kim Rabin. My grandfather gave me some honey water. Should I bring it when I return to the dorm? Picture of a shiny water bottle. Big Sejan. I want some too. Pouting emoji. Dozens of conversations like this had piled up. If it's like this, it doesn't feel like I'm alone. It's like these guys are everywhere. Still, I'm grateful. It's impressive they're making such a fuss while on break, when they could just ignore it. There was also a message from Lee Se-jin. Of course, not in the group chat. Lee Se-jin A. You feeling better? I diligently replied to them in the order they arrived. First, to Seona Hyun, I sent, my fever is going down fine, and I don't think you were being inconsiderate by suggesting we hang out, so don't worry. I also sent a suitably polite reply to Lee Se-jin. Finally, I posted the same thing in the group chat. I went to the hospital and I'm feeling better now. Please enjoy the rest of your vacation. Then the screen quickly filled up with okay emojis from the people who saw it. Well, the feedback was fast and positive, if a bit weird. Now let's eat. I shrugged and heated up the rib meal and instant rice. The rib meal was very delicious. When Park Mun-dae finished his vacation quietly while recovering his condition, his fans were enjoying the vacation news of Testar members posted on SNS. Ah Hyun, started knitting the loofah sponge. It's cute. So cute. Picture of a half-knitted loofah sponge. Today's Rabin ate sweet red bean porridge with his grandfather. I want to sit under a banyan tree and feed him sweet red bean porberry until his stomach is full. Seriously. Does anyone know the place Changwoo uploaded after taking a picture? It seems like a mountain. Did Changwoo climb a mountain this summer and during his vacation? Especially Big Sejan left a footprint through SNS with photos and videos posted around his birthday. Particularly, the most popular was a short video of Testar doing a random dance to their High Five music show stage performance playing on the TV. The video, showing Testar members passing by while doing everyday things like drinking water or reading books, then suddenly jumping in and singing along to another member's part, gained tens of thousands of shares and became a hot topic. Why do they look closer here than in the reality show? I really didn't know actor Sejan could keep up with the beat. And it's Cha Yujin's part at that. They seem so much more comfortable with each other, it warms my heart. Sob Tester, please get an extension. 100 years. And as the final episode of the reality trip was broadcast, fans were feeling a bittersweet afterglow that Testar's activities as a team had concluded well. However, for the fans of just one member, enjoying the afterglow was still a distant future. Namely, the fans of Park Mun-dae, who had the main broadcast of Right Around the Corner. Finally, the day has come. Mun-dae, variety show, overflowing screen time, What's this? I was so excited yesterday, I couldn't sleep. I saw in the preview they're talking about an escaped murderer and a ghost story. Just thinking about our Mun-dae being scared and following the senior around like a duckling. My stomach hurts already, and I'm preparing to watch that scene with a determined spirit. I even took a day off today. No, just how full of anticipation. Amidst the fans' fierce anticipation, this week's began airing. The first thing that appeared was a skit of two people meeting at a mountain summit in the middle of a snowy mountain. Suddenly, a blizzard came up and surprised me, but I'm glad there was a shelter. I see, I also came in after checking the weather conditions. The problem was that both of them had no talent for acting. It had become a corner that was good for the view count. Real-time comments on communities running alongside the program's broadcast were filled with laughter. Are you two not in a disaster but in a business meeting? Mysterious conference room vibes. Where did the real leader Cheong-yo go? And did Seo-jin pop out? Ah, Seo-jin, if someone sees you, they'll think you met at a seminar. Mun-dae, the setting is that it's cold, right? You just tried to take off your padding because you were hot and stopped. The scene of them drinking hot Americanos and eating Neatly peeled tangerine instant food from their backpacks also made people laugh. Moonday, you look like you've never seen a proper lunchbox before. It's a prop you brought yourself. Why are you rummaging through your backpack like you're seeing it for the first time? Chongyo, you who only drinks warm water even in midsummer, you made your junior drink hot Americano in this summer. Speechless. The lunchbox must taste bad. They both went quiet while eating it. The awkwardly animated Blizzard CG outside the window made the sense of dissonance even funnier. That moment. A sudden loud noise rang out. When even a grandiose subtitle appeared, the atmosphere became even stranger. An enormous loud noise ringing out. Stranded Person 1. Is it a landslide? Calm. Stranded Person 2. I'll call the police. Calm. We're isolated at the summit due to a landslide, but we don't feel things like fear, because we have a PPL product that infinitely produces hot Americano. I'm going crazy. They're totally in a different dimension. Those two are probably thinking they're doing a very serious genre right now. Probably. This endless cycle of skits only broke when Cheongyo brought out a ghost story, chapter 97. The person on screen smiled and began to bring up a ghost story. By any chance, do you know any ghost stories? I heard one recently myself. Ghost story? It's here. Finally. Will Park Monday throw his Americano this time? Living up to people's expectations, the moment Park Monday heard the beginning of the ghost story, he flinched. Why are you even scared of ghost stories? His face is all tense. Him pretending he's not is so cute. I'm not even a fan. I don't know why watching him be scared is so entertaining. In reality, he was tense because of the story's meaningful content. But on the broadcast, it just looked like he flinched because of the ghost story. They say it haunts the recording studio, and when kids who seem like they'll succeed are recording, it interferes and records with them. I could have made it too. Says. The ghost lines in the middle were processed with shivering subtitles, enhancing the atmosphere, as silence falls inside the recording studio. And finally, a slightly chilling atmosphere was created. Huh? Ah, Park Monday is immersed now. He only just barely escaped the skit. Nice shot, Chung Yo-nim. Haha, don't worry. Actually, I just made it up. I just adapted a recording studio ghost story a bit. I see. But do you know any real ghost stories? It was a prank ghost story all along. But what if the real ghost story was also a prank ghost story? Chang Yo's prank skills are next level. He really comes up with new concepts when he's with his junior. Interesting. The balance between gags and immersion is just perfect. After that, the broadcast flowed smoothly and began to properly build the atmosphere. The heater is broken. It seems like all the doors are locked. The feeling of isolation gradually heightened, and in a somewhat tense atmosphere, Chung Yo and Park Monday sat facing each other in the living room and began a deep conversation. Senior, would it be okay if I asked for some advice? The concerns of the hottest recent rookie about the team formation process and teamwork so far. It's also my first time having a talk like this in a place like this, so I don't know if it's awkward. It was quite nice to see the senior, who said he had never done this before, and was somewhat awkward, still sincerely answering his junior's questions. Regardless of whether it was awkward, that classic setup of strangers opening up their hearts in a secret, isolated situation contained the slightly touching code that variety shows aim for. It's cringy, but also good. It makes me think again, these kids are working hard from such a young age. I hope all our K-pop kids do well. Of course, excluding those bastard kids on the society section of the news. Did the leader get hungry while talking? He's taking out a snack. For some reason, I only had the impression from his first evaluation. But he speaks very wisely. It was unexpected and nice. Just as the broadcast seemed to be wrapping up warmly in that vein, it threw in a small hook and connected to the next week. The next story. The radio seems to be working. This is a broadcast. A suspect in a violent crime has escaped from a detention center near Johansson. Ooh, shocking. Do they have to escape the shelter or defend it? Since they knew that, given this program's nature, it wouldn't get too serious and would end with a gag at the critical moment, people were freely intrigued. And the next week, the majority of viewers were shocked. What is this? What the hell is this? It connects like this? At first, it seemed to proceed as the viewers expected. In the early part of the broadcast, Chung Yo and Park Moon-dae spent a nervous time waiting for the police. But soon they realized that, strangely, their phone batteries had all died, and they wandered around the shelter looking for something to send an SOS signal out the window. However, instead of a flashlight or flare, they found a single radio. Should we try listening to this at least? It seems to be working. Kush. And they listened to the broadcast about a violent murder suspect escaping from prison. The moment both of them froze at the shocking news. Knock, 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 knock. Someone began knocking on the door, and a rough voice was heard from outside the door. "It's the police! Please open up!" Naturally, as it was the development where the escaped murder suspect was lying. The two exchanging glances. Wow, it's more tense than I thought. Kids, you're both alone. Don't open the door carelessly. Bring back last week's conference room vibes. Fortunately, the two just cautiously approached the front door, and Park Moon-dae was the first to speak. Please state your rank, name, and affiliation first. Suddenly, the other side of the door went quiet, and a little while later, bang, 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 bang. Hey, open the door. Wow, scary. It's totally turned into a genre variety show. Haven't they never been this serious before? Viewers were slightly taken aback. And then something even more bewildering happened. Kriak! Smash! The front door was broken down. A massive subtitle bomb of question marks filled the screen, but only for a moment. First escape. Before the door was completely shattered, the two hurriedly began to scramble backwards. Wow. It's more serious than I thought. Wasn't the setting in this show originally just for a bit of flavor? Why did it suddenly become a survival? The comments began to express unease and a chilling feeling, going beyond simple bewilderment. But that didn't last long either, because the two people found a window and escaped through it. This way? Okay. The CG started to get messy as the green screen attached to the window kept appearing and disappearing. The subtitles were also conveyed. That? A situation with no snow in sight. When one of them moved the unlocked window, the other was picking up a chair. They were perfectly in sync. Only then did people feel relieved and burst out laughing. They're both way too immersed in their roles. Where did last week's businessmen go? Is it okay for the kids to break the fourth wall like that on broadcast? I'm breaking the fourth wall. After the two ran outside, the camera hurriedly followed and caught the two who had come out. A cheap, panting CG appeared to cover the filming equipment. The snow had all melted. I think it's because the weather suddenly got warmer. I think we can take off our winter clothes. I think it's still quite cold for that. These people, quite something. He says the snow melted because the weather got warm. Insane. I wondered about the snow graphics and the surroundings, but I guess they roughly covered the staff and filming equipment with CG. Back then, Moon-dae subtly tried to take off his padding, but Chung-yo cut him off. I guess you can't break immersion until you get out. I can't understand the age rating or the standard. Unlike the buzzing reactions of the viewers, the two continued their conversation nonchalantly. Let's go down quickly before that strange person catches on and follows us. Right, then I'll see you next time. Aren't you coming down with me? In case of an emergency, it's better if at least one person survives. Wouldn't it be better to go separately? That's true, then I'll see you next time. Right, take care, senior. Wisdom from another world. It's so fucked up, I think this is the real twist. Is it okay for this conversation to flow so smoothly? I just knew they gave similar answers on idol psychology tests because they're both weirdos. But I didn't know it was to this extent. Amid the viewers' explosive laughter, Chungyo and Park Mun-dae politely said goodbye and parted ways. The camera briefly showed Chungyo going down the mountain, then quickly turned back to Park Mun-dae. Park Mun-dae blankly watched Chungyo descending, then turned his body, and he headed towards the front door of the shelter he had just run out of. What? Mun-dae, why there? Park Mun-dae, standing in front of the entrance, took off his outerwear. Inside the padded jacket, the top he was wearing underneath was revealed. It was a khaki-colored prison uniform. Park Mun-dae spoke flatly into the camera. Senior's doing well. People who realized the situation began to scream. What the hell is this? Wait, plot twist. I think I'm going crazy. Was Mun-dae the escaped convict from the radio? Wait, Park Mun-dae went inside the broken door, whistling. As if it were a reaction shot, people's exclamations of surprise were briefly inserted into the scene, and the scene changed. This time, it was Chungyo going down the mountain. He's crazy. Chungyo-nim, run quickly. It's like a thriller drama. Why are you going down? MBS, But Chungyo, who was already walking slowly, stopped his footsteps, and he muttered, I couldn't take him with me this time either. What now? Chungyo took a breath and started walking again, as a large tree passed by, creating a gap in the shaky camera's view. Chungyo disappeared, and in the place where he disappeared, a flyer was shown in close-up, searching for missing person. Missing due to landslide caused by heavy snowfall. On that list was Chungyo's ID photo printed. Wow, what type is this? Oh my god, what kind of plot is this? Insane. A suspenseful BGM started playing. If we meet again, then at that time. With those words, the broadcast ended. Oh my god, what did I just watch? Because the development was so extreme, people were more shocked than scared. I want to make a joke about it being an unimaginable twist, but I feel like that doesn't even cover it. MBS, you really had the guts to plan something like this with actors who can't act well. Gasp, don't tell me the can't act thing was a plan set up all along for this plot. What does that mean? If he was a ghost and an escaped convict, then they weren't actually stranded last week, so that's why he was so calm when they met. Wow! People were momentarily bewildered by the suddenly completed big picture, and then began to piece it together, because upon reconsidering, everything fit perfectly up to that point. Everything is completed with the final flavor. He's matching it like this, acknowledging the production team's grand plan. This is so fun. I'm going to rewatch last week's episode while reading the comments, because it was extreme but definitely created immersion and fun. People were generous. Moreover, since both of their fandoms were quite large, it was easy to push public opinion in a positive direction. Today's was so fun. Vitik Cheongyo. I want to see you on variety shows often in the future. Testars Mun-dae fighting. Even though it was Park Mun-dae's first solo variety show, he did well naturally. Chungyo Sr.'s chemistry was good too. Recommended. Both Chungyo and Park Mun-dae were truly excellent casting. I hope they invite them again next time. Thanks to the favorable articles, the viewer bulletin board saw an unexpected boom. The unconventional and funny composition also appealed to general viewers who didn't know Chungyo or Park Mun-dae well personally. And a few days later, a new footprint was left again. I am Testars Mun-dae puppy emoji. This is a W live. It was Park Mun-dae's first personal live, chapter 98. The stream has definitely started now. I checked once more if the screen was showing properly and settled into my seat. Soon people began to join. Since there's a bit of a delay, I waited a bit first, and when comments started coming up, I greeted them. Hello, personally broadcasting a video online like this? I think it's the first time since that PR live. I spoke slowly from the start, checking the delayed reactions. The comments quickly filled up with hearts, greetings, and attention seekers. It would still be difficult to read them all. I continued the introduction. I thought about what to do. I I'm a bit nervous. So I prepared something we're all familiar with. I slightly adjusted the angle of my smartphone and lowered it. Today is, the camera showed the table in front of me. The day's menu, Sam rice wraps, were visible. I prepared it as a content where we eat a meal together. I picked up my spoon and chopsticks. Then I'll eat well. And I put one pre-made Sam wrap into my mouth. It tastes like soy sauce marinade. It's nice. Since it was my first broadcast, I set it up with delivered ingredients and tried making it conscientiously. Since it's a familiar taste, it's easy to eat, which is a relief. Let's select the audio. After chewing and swallowing all the food in my mouth, I continued talking. First, I timed it for dinner time, but if you have other schedules later, you can play it back while you eat. Camera angle! Can't see your eyes. Appa, camera, zoom. Ah. When I checked the smartphone again, the angle had lowered to a point where my eyes were slightly visible, maybe due to a mounting issue. Isn't this level recommended? It seemed fine for showing an eating broadcast, but since people said they didn't like it, I adjusted the stand and moved the smartphone back a bit. Just a moment. I twisted the stand to fix it more securely, then locked the smartphone. I think it's okay now. How is it? As I waited calmly, replies began to mix into the comments. I only quickly took in the ones I could answer. Wow, my idol is fixing things for me by himself. Monday's collarbone is a straight line. It's fine now. It seems to be fine now. Looking at the comments, reacting to me handling the smartphone, it felt like this small space was filled with people. It's really fun. I let out a small laugh, sat back down, and started eating again. And I picked out appropriate comments and answered them intermittently. What's your favorite menu? I generally like anything that's objectively delicious. First of all, I recommend the taste. Did you order delivery? No, I just made it myself. Now that I think about it, I haven't had many chances to cook lately. Since the schedule is busy, I mostly just buy and eat. Honestly, that's much more convenient too. Are you good at cooking? I want to eat it too. I came in because I heard he eats well. How did you make it? Homemade. Describe the taste for me. Oh, the reaction was more enthusiastic than expected. I see people saying they want to eat it, so after the broadcast ends, I'll try to post a simple recipe on our account. But there's no special secret. I don't think there's much difference from what you'd eat at a restaurant. I put 3 Sam wraps in my mouth. It was the pork belly flavor. And a detailed taste description. The slightly sweet and spicy sauce goes well with the meat and rice. The samjang gives a slightly stimulating taste, and the lettuce finishes it off refreshingly. I kept checking the comments with my eyes. There are more foreign comments than I thought. Moon Day. I love you hearts, no Eng sub. Hello, smiling emoji. Is it mukbang? Did you got kimchi refrigerator? It seems they managed to find even a debuted group's personal broadcast. Although talked about a global launch, judging by the fact that I haven't seen a single article saying it caused a sensation overseas, it probably isn't because of that. Maybe it's because our activities overlapped with VITC and we got swept up in it. Or maybe it's thanks to the power of the YouTube algorithm. Anyway, it was quite interesting. The kimchi refrigerator, I haven't received it yet. I'm just waiting comfortably, thinking they'll give it to me when it's time. I continued eating while answering appropriate questions, but it was unexpectedly difficult to select what constituted an appropriate question. Because even while I was just looking down at the food, there were quite a few cases of foreign languages and attention-seeking comments running rampant. Oh, jam. Eat a lot. My phone is dying. Monday. Are you using a company phone? Something's moving behind you. The filter changed. I managed to pick one comment worth answering from among the randomly thrown attention seekers. This is a company phone. My personal one is here. I brought the old smartphone that had been casually tossed aside and waved it a bit in front of the camera. And then, at that very moment, a message arrived. Svitik, Changyo Sr. Damn, the timing. At least it's a good thing I said it so the content doesn't show in the pop-up. Changyo. It's VITC. Are you close? Oh, dislike. Seeing the comments, they'd already caught it. I quickly organized the situation. With the senior, after, we occasionally exchange greetings and check in on each other. If I don't reply right now, will I get caught up in VITC fans' criticism? But if I reply, it might seem like an attitude controversy during my first W live. I should ask for permission first. Since I've seen it now, would it be okay if I send a short reply? You don't need to ask for permission of the... Yeah. Show us the content. What are you sending? Are you close? It'll be chaotic. I quickly checked the message content. It was just small talk about work. I sent a reply like, got it, and quickly ended it. I need to change the topic. Fortunately, I had something prepared. I immediately found an appropriate comment. It was a question that had been steadily coming in from the broadcast community. Where are the other members? There are many people asking about the other members. A few are on schedules, and a few are at home. Just a moment. I immediately got up and moved out of the camera's view. Then I went outside the room and brought in the guy who was already waiting in the hallway. I brought a friend who was at home. Hello. It was Seon Ahyeon, signaling with her whole body, I ate konnyaku jelly. After receiving counseling for the past 2 to 3 weeks, she seems to have gained a bit of courage and decided to try appearing. However, she said she still doesn't have the confidence to appear for long, so we set it up so she could come out in the middle like this and then leave. Fortunately, the comment reactions were good. Hello, Ahyun. Sasumi Ahyun. I love you. Isn't Changwoo Oppa here? Call Yujin. Whether she had anticipated some negative reactions, Seon Ahyun's complexion was relatively stable. Seon Ahyun waved her hand at the smartphone with a slightly flushed face. Did everyone stay well? But due to the delayed comment time, what Seon Ahyun could see was mainly things like, your face is insane. Seems everyone is doing well. Seon Ahyun si, how have you been doing? Oh, I learned knitting. Should I show you? Sure. Clatter, clatter. Seon Ahyun immediately ran to her room. I asked the camera, could you please give her a lot of applause when she comes back? She just learned it and is really into it right now. If I say that, they'll probably post a lot, even if just to be nice. This is it! Seon Ahyun came back at a lightning-fast speed and thrust a few colorful objects towards the smartphone. They were loofah sponges. She had knitted them in various types, from dishwashing to body scrubbing, and as requested, the moment Seon Ahyun came into view, people started flooding the comments with applause emojis. The thank you. Seon Ahyun, not knowing that people who hadn't even seen the loofahs yet due to the relay delay were applauding, blushed, and bowed her head deeply. I think this is enough. If I leave her longer, some unexpected trauma-inducing level comment might suddenly appear and shatter Seon Ahyun's mentality, so it seemed okay to send her off now. But Seon Ahyun, perhaps having gained confidence, subtly sat in front of the table and began explaining the loofah sponges. The dishwashing one I knitted first. The shape is a bit weird, but I think the body scrub one is well made. Just as I thought it was becoming awkward to stop her, someone knocked on the door, tok tok, and the door opened without warning and someone walked in. Hey, your new PR live eating broadcast was supposed to be 10 minutes, but we got a report that you're still doing it. It was Big Sejan. If you give me one Sam rap, I'll pretend it never happened. I want a Sam rap too. Following him, Cha Yujin came in, raising his hand. It was obvious they were intruding after watching the broadcast. The pork belly is probably just sitting there on the frying pan. They could have just gone to the kitchen to eat, but the fact they came here specifically means their goal was to intrude on the W Live. And instantly, the room became noisy. Wow, this is really delicious. There's a lot of meat prepared in the kitchen. Go eat it. Wow, I think it tastes better because it's the one you pre-made with care for this broadcast. The best! Cha Yujin raised his thumb like a typical eating variety show guest. And he started offering Sam wraps to Seona-hyun, too. Seona-hyun seemed to want to eat, but was feeling sorry, so she started checking my reaction. A headache is coming on. Eat comfortably. Okay. Hyung, can I eat a lot, too? Do as you please. Yay! Looking at the instantly disappearing Sam wraps, I spoke to the camera. Next time, I'll prepare a more generous amount. And come. The comments were in an uproar, laughing. It's a relief that they're at least laughing. Since the Sam wraps are all gone, let's wrap up today's eating broadcast here. I was thinking of suitable content like a Q&A or quiz instead, but Big Sajin, who had just eaten one Sam wrap and set down his chopsticks, stretched out his hand. Huh? Ah, don't do that. We'll just make Sam wraps for you right now. So, for the next 20 minutes, we moved the smartphone to the kitchen and did a broadcast of cooking and making wraps. Cha Yujin, how many lettuce leaves did you use? The wrap is only as big as your face. And then the remaining 3 members, who had been discharged from the hospital after that healthy fight a while ago, joined in. What is everyone doing? Hyung, try this. Only after feeding the newly joined guys Sam wraps and hearing their tasting reviews did I end the W live. I wondered what kind of situation this was, but judging by the good viewer count, I can't deny it was interesting content, but I didn't get to say what I originally planned to. It was a side effect of the broadcast being hijacked by intruders and going with the flow. I checked SNS instead. While doing so, I briefly browsed the internet, and the reaction was quite positive. I clearly clicked on an eating broadcast, but when I came to my senses, I was watching the greatest Sam wrap competition. The regulars of the mukbang channel saw the notice for today's W live and got excited and ran over. Civilization that closed after making Sam wraps. I guess this counts as successful? I shrugged my shoulders and wrote down the recipe for the soy sauce marinated meat for the simple Sam wraps I was familiar with, and I uploaded it with an additional phrase. We've started preparing for a new album. For reference, the kimchi refrigerator I mentioned that day arrived at the dorm right after this, Chapter 99. Honestly, I had roughly predicted that the second album preparation would proceed somewhat smoothly. This was because the company staff, who had tasted success while preparing the debut album, were determined to start preparing the next album early. We've almost filled the candidate list for the album tracks, and we plan to select the final ones within this scope according to the album concept. The rest will be saved for the next album or released digitally. Okay. The only problem was that the department head guy still couldn't let go of his damn self-production obsession. This time, since we have plenty of time, please discuss thoroughly regarding the title track and take your time to tell us. Thank you. Understood! It was because he was slyly trying to take on the title track production again this time. It was a mistake that the debut album was successful. It was clear he thought his own ideas worked well with the public, too. Still, it was fortunate that we had plenty of time this time. The deadline was set for over 2 months, and most of the songs were already ready. Thanks to that, the members' complexions were quite good. Let's pick good songs again this time. I'm already looking forward to Rabin's self-composed song, Thank You. Even the request to choose 3 songs out of 20 title track candidates, while the concept was still undecided, managed to create a hopeful atmosphere. However, a week later, I would come to think that the self-produced route was better after all. Choose what? Yeah, that one. I had a feeling it would be strange ever since the department head suddenly called us, but I didn't expect this kind of bomb. Might I ask what kind of choice you are referring to? Here, Park Monday. The department head held out a document with an expression full of confidence. First, the large print caught my eye. New business proposal, mobile game, T1 plays. It's a game being developed by a venture company that T1 recently acquired as a subsidiary, and it really feels like it'll be a hit. The timing is perfect too, and I can see the synergy if we collaborate with our test star. See? Since it's a game, it's easy to match concepts. How great is that? The chattering department head added a final word with a pleased face. This is an internal document. I'm showing it to you because I trust our test star. Just look at it here. Don't talk about it. Who the fuck cares about that? Mobile game. I really wish someone would tell me this is a dream. Next to me, Ryu Changwu asked, back in the calmest voice possible. Since he's not someone who focuses on mobile games, he might not have fully grasped the situation yet. By any chance, what kind of collaboration are you thinking of? Here, think about it. We release the game, and our comeback happens at the same time. And if we go with a plan to promote each other, wouldn't the interest to double? I don't know where these fucked up ideas come from. Is his pituitary gland producing spit instead of hormones? What kind of expectations does he have for a mobile game? Or did he receive some kind of request from them? No, if it were just advertising models, maybe, but there's almost no case of deeply intertwining the kid's album release with the game's launch like this. Because it'll tarnish the kid's image. If the release is in 2 months, it's probably almost finished. Would they stuff in content promoting unfamiliar kids there? It's a surefire way to make it fail. If the other side agreed to this, it really means they're bastards trying to make easy money using Testar fans and then ditch them. I could clearly see the future where Testar's brand image would be shattered. We'll become the foot soldiers of a mass-produced piece of SHT failed game. No. How do you even put content promoting a game into an album? And a mobile game at that? I don't know if this department head is a fool or just stubborn. Either way, it's fucked up. It feels like he saw that bastard Lanal just getting popular and is trying to do this. The meeting with them is set for Friday afternoon, so get your hearts prepared. Department head, by any chance, have the discussions already been finalized? I've already talked about everything in advance and sorted it out roughly. Our testar just needs to work hard. Understood. It was the confirmation kill. It means that if we refuse here, we'll just create bad blood with the company and end up having to do it anyway. Fuck, seriously. Should I prepare the next album in advance and take it to get approved? I'm going crazy. On the way out after finishing the meeting with the department head, I checked if anyone had properly grasped the situation. Lee Sejin, Big Sejin, total annihilation. I expected that from Big Sejin, but Lee Sejin was unexpected. Does he have a hobby of playing games or something? Anyway, the rest have an atmosphere of, it's quite bewildering, but we have to do our best. They seem to be anticipating hardship on the level of the debut album. Let's leave it for now. Anyway, when we go to the meeting on Friday, we'll get a sense of it. At that moment, Big Sejin poked my side with his elbow. Hey, what do you think? It's doomed. Haha. Big Sejin laughed slowly, then eventually a look of frustration passed over his face. This time, it's really like that, right? It's not something that can be solved with effort. Yeah, it's so unfair, really. Big Sejin tried to continue speaking, but seemed to realize his voice had gotten a bit loud, so he just closed his mouth. A wise choice. I checked Lee Sejin's reaction instead. Lee Sejin was walking, looking at the floor with a pale face. Is he like that because of the situation? I've never seen him like that, not even during... Sure enough, Cha Yu-jin, who was right next to him, tapped Lee Sejin's back. Hey, does it hurt? No, I'm fine. His words were shaky. Should I take care of him? I thought about it for a moment, then soon gave up. He'll do it himself. It's not like he's a kid. Right now, thinking of a solution to this hellish situation is the top priority. If we just put one bonus track and use it as the game's theme song, it probably won't work on the department head. Damn it. I racked my brains all the way back to the dorm, but of course couldn't find any other solution. However, at that moment, this game collaboration situation was about to snowball into an unexpected accident due to another unforeseen event. The ones being torn apart by this incident were not Testar's members. The initial cause of this incident was when T1 Starzent finally registered on Jaminiverse and became able to write reviews. A few former staff members, who had quit due to burnout while preparing for the debut album, had steadily accumulated new reviews. In the prose. The singers work hard, the food is delicious. Cons. Unsystematic structure, The disastrous meddling of a newcomer with no entertainment company experience, work-life balance that disappeared due to unreasonable schedules. Overall, changing jobs is the only way out. I hope the singers change companies too. And the most recently written review was like this. The star rating was 1. Since reviews from current employees of a ghost company attracted considerable attention, this review also quickly spread across various communities. Seems like it's true. Say a test star. Egu, just reading it makes me sigh. So the fans' collective action was warranted. Didn't the work-life balance disappear because of that? There's no mention of the fans there. Why does your mind go there? Suddenly grabbing the fans' hair? Is it because you guys are kids that you couldn't write it? Because Testar's debut activities were successful, there were more various comments. And this screenshot even made its way to professional workplace communities. Entertainment companies really seem tough. I was curious, so I looked it up. It's no joke. Anyway, since I'm not in a related industry, it must be tough. But gee, what are the reviews like from people who actually work there at entertainment? But honestly, it's not work worth the salary. The work people do is more pitiful. They only give enough not to be sued over starting salary, but the work is rewarding. But this seems to vary by team. Treasure enter. A chain of sighs continued like that. However, just before this post disappeared from the first page, the party involved suddenly appeared. It's our company. Absolutely do not come here, stay. Wow, you showed up. Is it very tough? Yeah, T1 stars enter. Aigu. Please tell us everything. The short reply implied a lot of thick resentment. People swarmed in and asked for the details, and eventually the employee, exploding with anger, posted a lot before leaving. First of all, there are really weird people in upper management. I've met all sorts of people, but this level is a first. The debut album almost got ruined too, bringing some weird concept. This time too, they brought something strange and want to do it. It seems like it'll happen because the contract is already signed. Honestly, I feel sorry for the affiliated singers. It's good to see them, but seeing them struggle so much trying to persuade upper management during debut made me feel a bit sorry. First of all, I feel too sorry for myself. The fact that I'm staying here is Everyone seems to have similar thoughts, so even if I write this, I don't think anyone will be caught. I'm so angry, I'll stop here. Do not, under any circumstances, change jobs to our company, T1 stars into, shortly after making it to the hot posts. This comment was deleted, but again, screenshots remained and spread. Naturally, the fans who had been waiting excitedly for the next album felt like they had cold water poured over them. What is this? Is it real? Fans, that's a site where you need to verify with the company email. Ha! I'm going crazy. Feeling a sudden chill, the fans began to re-watch Season 2 of the reality show. And they started to get a strange feeling from Season 2 and its behind-the-scenes videos, which had seemed like a warm production story filled with passion. When the kids were presenting in the reality show, was it because the higher-ups brought something strange and they were trying to persuade them? The guy who always came seems to be that department head. The uncle sitting in the very middle, they're presenting while looking at him. Looking back, they dumped the Magic Boy hook title on the kids, and the company worked on High Five. But Rabin was involved in the High Five arrangement. It seems they did persuade them about the High Five hook. Then both songs were self-produced by the members from the beginning, with less than a month left. They did both songs, from composing and lyrics to choreography, all within a month. Are they insane? Did the kids even sleep? Even when it was just Magic Boy, it was crazy. But this was double. The burning fans soon felt their spines go cold with worry for the future. The writer said they brought some strange concept this time too, and that the contract is already signed. Don't tell me. Fuck. Just give them enough time and let them do it. Fuck. Fans, terrified, sent inquiries to the company via phone and email. The question was, is it true that the concept for Testar's second album, currently in preparation, has already been decided as is being discussed online? At first, standardized replies as if from a macro came back, but soon, with the flood of inquiries, the content and format became slightly more polite and detailed. This is T1 Stars Entertainment. First of all, regarding the matter you inquired about, as it is an internal confidential matter, we cannot provide an arbitrary response. However, our company is preparing many things for Testar's new album preparation, and we would like to inform you that we also respect the artist's opinions. Of course, it wasn't content that could reassure anyone at all. If the album concept was undecided or chosen by Testar themselves, they would have already given a definite answer about that part. It seems that the screenshot comment was correct. What do we do? It would be better for Testar to just change companies. The fans eventually started slightly more extreme actions. The one who appeared on the reality show is department head Gok Sun Kyun, right? We need to give direct feedback to that person for any response to come out. And this choice led to a tremendous result. Chapter 100. I woke up and my boss was gone. Is this real? It wasn't a dream. The department head had disappeared amidst the friction and conflict with the fans last week. Of course, he didn't quit. He just went back to where he originally belonged. As it turns out, it seems the department head was already smoothly turning his portfolio and looking for a way out. According to what I heard from the staff through the grapevine, he originally planned to stay only for a year anyway, and then when the conflict with the fans arose, he used that as an excuse to talk to his superiors and managed to escape. And of course, the collaboration between Testar and the game that was included in the department head's portfolio was scrapped. Apparently, they had even already signed the contract. Fuck. But it's not like I can complain to the fans, who are happy the department head is gone, and ask them to do something about this too. I accepted reality and started preparing to go out. Today was the Friday the meeting was scheduled. Hello. I'm a really big fan. Hello, good day. The two people we met at the meeting were unexpectedly a man and woman with meek impressions. To the point I felt sorry for having expected a slick, city slicker type impression. Moreover, the other side also seemed a bit dazed, perhaps because the collaboration talk was sudden. Should we explain our game first? Yes. We'll listen carefully. Okay, then. The content that followed was quite unique and interesting. That was unexpected, too. So, the main story of the game is about a protagonist exploring a soul transformed by a mysterious substance that fell from a meteor. It's a roguelike adventure where the companions and abilities change based on your choices as you meet various factions in Seoul. It sounds very interesting. Thank you. Kim Rabin was the first to clap and speak up. This is a sign that it seems genuinely good. It seems the piece of SHT the department head threw might actually be quality beef, not a showy piece of trash. Moreover, these people were very favorable towards us. Not just verbally favorable, but they seem to have a tangible goodwill. Actually, this collaboration. For us, it happened suddenly too, so we were a bit short on time to research, but even from our basic checks, the magic boy you all made was really cool. Thank you. We'd like to check out the game quickly too. It seems really fun. Then by any chance, would you like to try playing it once? Huh? It's for bug fixes and such right now, but it's already at a playable stage. There shouldn't be any problem progressing. A smartphone device slid out of the pocket of the person sitting on the left. It was an Android model of a decent size. After tapping on the smartphone to bring up the game screen, Ryu Chang-woo was handed the device. Me, I want to do it. Ryu Chang-woo, who had raised his hand somewhat awkwardly, made a troubled face at Cha Yujin's earnest request. But perhaps thinking it would be better for someone who was eager and interested to do it, he handed over the smartphone with a word of caution. Use it carefully. Yay! Cha Yujin quickly took it, his eyes shining, and started the game. The other members started peering at the screen with curious expressions. They seemed excited too. Conscious of the two people from the game company watching Testar with youthful eyes, I also looked at the screen. Perhaps thinking it was hard to implement everything in detail for a mobile game with high freedom. The game progressed with alternating text, graphics, and illustrations, but it was very polished and conceptually solid. Moreover, it was fun. The structure of gathering companions and clearing story chapters wasn't bad. This might work. It was a quality that made me understand why T1 acquired it. But where do they put the kids' promotion in here? Just thinking about that makes me speechless. Anyway, Cha Yu-jin, who finished Chapter 1 in an instant, excitedly stood up. It's really fun. Ooh, thank you. The two people retrieved the smartphone with difficulty from the reluctant Cha Yu-jin. And with beaming smiles, they said, "How was it? Are there any parts where you think this would be good for a collaboration?" I think we need to think about that from now on. As expected, right? We'll think about it too. Since it was an expected situation for everyone, no one became solemn. Still, anyway, the fact that the game wasn't a failure was a big harvest in itself. Thank you. See you next time. The first meeting ended with the vague conversation of, let's each think about it. But since the prospects weren't bad in their own way, the atmosphere was all right. I'm thinking, what if we use the game's BGM as a backing track for the title song? Wouldn't that make it an advertisement song so it can't be played on public broadcasts? Kim Rae-bin, who had seemingly gotten some inspiration and was sketching something out, became lost in thought at Lee Si-jin's point, and I felt a bit relieved. At least our brand image won't be shattered. It might be considered overreach and the results might be poor, but it didn't seem like it would become a laughingstock to the point of causing a stigma when releasing the next album. The problem now is, what kind of collaboration should we do? Discussions on this topic started as soon as we entered the dorm. First, Ryu Chang-woo conveyed the suggestion he heard from the staff at the company. The opinion right now is that exchanging an album track and the game BGM is the neatest. That's safe. It meant that since the interfering department head bastard is gone, let's just do a collaboration in name only and wrap it up appropriately. I can feel the sorrow of an office worker. But unexpectedly, Big Se-jin shook his head, laughing. Hey, wouldn't that mean only we are working too hard then? We're all music related. It feels like only the AR team and us will end up suffering. I think the other side should also get something out of it, I see. He's aiming not just to avoid loss, but to reach the point of gaining benefit. Indeed, if we go their way, our workload just increases and only the game company gets the benefit. The game gets the promotional effect, but Testar gets no recognition benefit from collaborating with a game that hasn't even been released yet. And it's rare for gamers to become fans of idols because of BGM. Then what's the alternative opinion? We can think about it from now on. If we have to work anyway, it's more fun to do it with some reward, right? And just as people were about to sink into thought, Lee Si-jin opened his mouth with a low voice. Let's just leave it to the company people. We're busy preparing the album. It's strange to make us decide what kind of collaboration to do in the first place. Hyung, then the workload. That's the AR team's job to figure out. We just need to say we'll only do the recording. Lee Se-jin cut it off neatly. Honestly, this situation is strange. Why do singers have to make and decide these things too? It's not like the company has no money. It's so right that I just want to agree. Lee Si-jin, who had spoken a lot for once, was catching his breath. It seemed he had finally let out what he was thinking all along. And Cha Yu-jin answered brightly, "But I want to do something else. BGM is boring." Lee Si-jin just closed his eyes. There it is. Still, the fact that he didn't run away shows he's improved a lot. All right, then how about a majority vote? I want to think of a new collaboration topic. Raise your hand. Surprisingly, everyone except Lee Si-jin and me raised their hands. These crazy guys. Knowing them, Big Se-jin and the others probably aren't aiming for profit, but for reasons like, I want to try the challenge, or I want to make a cool piece of work. Besides, Big Se-jin rarely suggests things like this. Wow, Monday, you don't want to? No, I'm abstaining. If a good opinion comes up, we'll go with that. Otherwise, let's just make the BGM. Okay, let's proceed like that for now. Ryu Chang-woo took back control of the conversation. All right, then what could be the advantages we can gain from collaborating with the game? We can appear in the game, Money. That ship has sailed. The contract is already over too. Yeah, money doesn't seem applicable this time. The release is right around the corner. There's no way they'd add us in. That's true. Even if they had enough time, a game with such a solid worldview probably wouldn't want to add characters blatantly modeled on celebrities right at launch. Wait, couldn't we think about this in reverse? How about this? Huh? Instead of asking them to put our characters in, let's borrow their characters to use. I pointed my finger at the smartphone. How about we pick the game characters that fit us best and use them to make one sub-song? Oh, I pointed my finger at the smartphone. Since it's not the title track, it doesn't matter if it can't be played on public broadcasts. And these days, targeting just cable and YouTube is plenty effective anyway. It seemed like we could eat well off a well-made game IP just making it our own worldview. Are you asking for the list of companion characters? Yes. The two people from the game company we met again seemed flustered by the unexpected proposal. They exchanged glances and answered in a somewhat reluctant voice. We do have a system for selling companion characters for profit generation. Yes, but the elements are all random. It meant you draw randomly generated characters. But we saw there were illustrations. Those are rendered in cartoon. Anyway, you should think of those as randomly made too. I didn't expect to get blocked here. Then Kim Raybin raised his hand. Then the companions that Yujin collected aren't fixed either. They change every time. Those friends, well, they all actually die when you start a new chapter. Because the protagonist has to purify the ruined soul. The only fixed companions, they said. The people in front laughed, ha ha ho ho. I hate things dying. Cha Yujin became rapidly depressed. It seems he had grown attached in that short time. And then I realized, then can't we just use those? There were exactly 7 of them, right? Thanks to the party, in this game being a 4-person formation, including the protagonist, there were 8 characters in the tutorial alone that we saw. Ryu Chang-woo cautiously brought up the topic. Would it be possible for us to borrow those friends? Yes? We were thinking if our members could each take on the role of one of those friends and create a song and performance. They might dislike it. If they also receive the collaboration contact suddenly, they might not want to get this deeply entangled. Then we should just quietly go with the BGM story. Sure, that sounds great. We'd love to do a project like that if we have the time and budget. Following the excited woman, the man also slammed the table with both hands. Our kids appearing in 3D? It's a relief our hearts seem to be in sync. Unexpectedly, it seems the collaboration will proceed smoothly.